LoveLore Library. Chapter 228. Wu Yuding stood shoulder to shoulder with him and said with a smile, "The blind man has no regrets in his life to have you as a friend and a son to send him off." "Yes. Let's go." Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, "Let's go home." Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his father's mental state was not normal these days. "I'm fine. I've finally sent him away. No matter if it's early or late, I'm relieved of one of my worries." Zhuo Changlu said, "Ting He, remember to buy some food and some good wine on the way back. I'm going to have a good drink tonight. I'm going to get drunk tonight." Wu Yuding laughed and said, "Everything happens for a reason. I'll count you in." Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at each other and felt that it was strange. In the past, it was fine when their father said that he wanted to drink. If he was drunk, their mother would have started yelling at them. But today, she was unusually supportive of them. "Xiaoduo, you must always remember." Wu Yuding said softly, "You have such a godfather." "Yes." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. "What I'm saying is, you must always remember, truly remember, your godfather." Wu Yuding exhorted once again. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt the pressure and said seriously, "Mom, don't worry. I will remember. I have Hong Dashui as my godfather." Wu Yuding turned to Zhuo Xiaonian and said, "Nian. Mom. Your brother's godfather is your godfather. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes. In the future, whether you are the daughter of the Zhuo family or the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family, he will be your godfather. Do you understand?" Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and said shyly, "Mom, I will remember." Lowering her head, Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly see that Nian cat, who often made him bungee jump in the air. Even her ears were red. Under the transparent sun, they were pink and cute. He reached out and touched them and said in surprise, "Mom, look. Sister Nian's ears are transparent." Before Wu Yuding could say anything, Zhuo Xiaoduo had started to bungee jump again. Embarrassed and angry, Zhuo Xiaonian, whose body was almost limp from his pinch, went berserk and turned into a female T-Rex. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed up like a rocket that as soon as he landed, he shot up again like a rocket, even higher than the first time that he was already at the peak of the martial master level, and his true cultivation was not inferior to that of a high-level Xiantian. He was not afraid of such a height at all, but when it came down to it, he still screamed and wailed, "Spare me! Save me!" Similar words were being shouted incessantly. What if Nian finds out that I am not afraid and changes the punishment? Bungee jumping is still the best. To tell you the truth, I'm already used to it. So used to it. The Zhuo family was at the funeral. The Ning family and the Meng family were not idle either. Although the people of the Star Shield General Administration were still on the move and looked like they wanted to catch everyone, the two families could not hold back anymore. After all, too many things had happened in the past few days, and they were all big events. Today, yesterday, and last night, the Meng family's bloodline had lost 7 people due to all kinds of reasons. 4 branch companies were paralyzed because of all kinds of things. The Ning family. Their ancestral grave collapsed. Both the Ning and Meng families were looking for Blind Hong, but they got the news that Blind Hong was dead and the funeral was today. The two families felt that they had been fucked. Otherwise, how could they be so unlucky? They had never felt that Blind Hong was so important. Even when they asked Blind Hong to check feng shui, they did not feel that Blind Hong would be so important today. But at this important moment, he died. The few qi gazers that they found during this period of time were all useless. This made Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng want to kill them. "You said you could not see anything. How could you be Chi watchers? They were busy for the whole day, but there was no clue. Ning Suifeng was thinking. The figure that suddenly appeared in the white fog. What did it mean by pointing to the east? Was it a warning from the ancestors to the descendants? Was it from the east? What was in the east? The Ning family went to the east of the city to search. But everyone in the Ning family was confused. You didn't say anything. What did you want us to search for? Ning Suifeng also had a stomach full of bitterness. That figure only pointed to the east. What can I say? For the whole day, the Ning family almost turned the east of the city upside down. They went in and out of all the residential areas and suburbs in the east of the city. Almost every family was visited. Naturally, the Fengwu home district in the east of the city near the city center could not be missed. However, they found nothing. All the Ning family members were exhausted and their eyes were blank. Ancestor, what did you want us to look for? Or what? They were busy until night. Everyone replied to Ning Suifeng with a confused expression. Ning Suifeng was also helpless. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Ning Suifeng made up his mind and called someone over. Go. Bring 2 people and see if you can kill the spiritual thought goddess. Bring your phone. If there are any changes, contact me at any time or I'll call you. The person accepted the order and left. Ning Suifeng was bored of waiting, so he went to the Meng group to see if Meng Tianyue had any ideas. If there was a way, he would immediately call that person and stop the operation. After all, getting rid of the spiritual thought goddess was the last resort. As long as there was some hope, Ning Suifeng did not want the spiritual thought goddess to die at this time. When he arrived, the Meng group was having a meeting. Participants, Meng Tianyue, Meng Chintian, and all the Qi watchers. Ning Suifeng sat down quietly with a gloomy face and did not say a word. There was only one topic in the meeting: how to solve this imminent feng shui situation. After some discussion, everyone was at a loss. In the end, Brother Feng came up with another idea. If you want to find out the enemy's dirty tricks, there's another way. What is it? This method is just a legend. I'm not sure if it's useful. It can only be said to be an attempt or a reference. Speak. Yes, it's to find the most talented local youth. Because this person must be nurtured by the general trend of Phoenix City. As long as we take his blood essence and activate the compass, a few Qi watchers will work together and gather the general trend of the heavenly Tao in Phoenix City. We will find all the arrangements that don't conform to the general trend of the heavenly Tao and destroy them. There's such a method. This method is only limited to what I know. I haven't personally experienced it or controlled it, so it can only be said to be a reference. Yes, I've heard of this method, but it seems that no one has succeeded. I'm not sure if it's true or not and if it's feasible. Since you've heard of it, it's worth a try. Then, who is the most talented person in Phoenix City? And it's a male. Everyone looked at each other. All these years, the Meng family and Ning family had been paying attention to the female geniuses in Phoenix City, but they had never paid attention to the male geniuses. After hearing this method, the Meng family and Ning family were excited for a moment, but then they were worried again. The direction of the investigation made everyone helpless. Check all the martial arts schools. Male geniuses. We have to find the most talented one. This is. Are we going to Star Shield to check? The one who improved the most might not be the most talented one. We have to check the files, check the Skynet, and compare it with many parties to confirm. Who has connections to the Skynet? Everyone shook their heads. The Skynet was the most confidential information network in the entire country. Other than the higher-ups who had the authority to check it, no one else could touch it. This matter can't be delayed any longer. If there's no way, we have to think of a way. If there's no connection, we have to find one. If we drag this on for a few more days, I'm afraid our two families will be finished. I do have a direction. Perhaps I can give it a try. Yi Zichen thought. Brother Feng, who had met Sua Xiao Duo before, pondered and said, when I first came to Phoenix City, I saw a young man on the street. Let's not talk about this child's aptitude for now. His cultivation is only average, but his aura. At least from the qi examination technique, I dare to say that this person's qi is second to none in the entire Phoenix City. Even if he's placed in the entire Central Plains, even in the entire Yanwu Empire, he's at the top of the list. Meng Tianyue's eyes lit up and said, Who is it? Mister, do you know the person's name? Of course. Brother Feng smiled proudly. The other three companions looked at him enviously. Was this guy the same kid who said that he would make a good karma? To think that there would be a reversal here. This was clearly a stroke of luck. Meeting such a person is fate. Naturally, I went up to test him. Brother Feng said proudly, so I went up and asked for the kid's name and school. That child wasn't wary of me at all, so he told me everything very straightforwardly. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's eyes lit up when they heard this. The few Qi watchers that were invited were indeed somewhat useful. May I ask Master Feng, what's the kid's name? Meng Tianyue waved her hand and Meng Qintian took out a bank card and stuffed it into Brother Feng's hand. Master Feng, this is just a token of my appreciation. There's 2 million in this card. No matter if it's a success or not, it's yours. Of course, if it's a success, there will be great rewards. 2 million. The eyes of the other Qi observation experts were already turning green. They hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already given 2 million. Great rewards after. This luck was equivalent to giving a mountain of gold to anyone they met on the street. Brother Feng's face almost bloomed. He tried his best to be reserved and accepted it. He said proudly, that kid is about 17 or 18 years old. His name is Ting Hao and he's studying in Phoenix City's martial arts school. Chapter 229. Ting Hao. Ning Suifeng immediately stood up, go investigate this Ting Hao. There's no need to investigate. Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and replied excitedly, I didn't expect it to be Ting Hao. Ning Suifeng suddenly turned his head, you know this genius. Meng Tianyue's expression completely relaxed, Brother Ning, you should know him. Even if you don't know him, you should know his father. Oh. There should be only one Ting Hao in number 1 middle school. He's the son of Deputy Director Ting Guangyuan of the Phoenix City Business Bureau. It's said that a few years ago, he and 2 other playboys created the title of Phoenix City's 3rd young master. Ha! Meng Tianyue said, it's said that he has already reached the innate realm. If that's the case, he can really be considered a cultivation genius. When Ning Suifeng heard this, he immediately relaxed. Then this matter is really easy to handle. A Xiao Deputy Director of the City Business Bureau, what's there to be troubled about? Meng Tianyue nodded, turned her head and said, Master Feng, the formation you mentioned, how many drops of blood of this genius? Or all of his blood? Master Feng coughed and said, under the condition that it doesn't endanger his life, the more the better. Meng Tianyue nodded and said confidently, I understand, leave this matter to me. Last time when Ting Guangyuan drugged a girl in my club, I ordered my subordinates to settle it for him. Moreover, these years, my subordinates have given Deputy Director Ting tens of millions. It's time to use it. Ning Suifeng was gratified, good, this can't be better. Meng Tianyue casually took out her phone and made a call. However, the other side immediately picked it up after just one ring. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and turned on the hands-free mode. The other side had already started to speak with surprise, flattery, and disbelief. From the tone of the voice, one could imagine that the person on the other side was also bowing when he picked up the phone. Is this Boss Meng? I'm Ting Guangyuan. Yes, Little Ting of the City Business Bureau. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and said enthusiastically, Director Ting, long time no see. I am Meng Tianyue. Hello, Boss Meng. I didn't expect you to call me personally. When I saw the number just now, I thought I was dreaming. Boss Meng, you're too polite. If there's anything, just let the secretary inform me. The enthusiasm of the deputy director of the city's Commerce Bureau had already reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, How could I? Last time, there was a problem with the local tax of the Meng Corporation, and it was all solved by Chief Ting. I haven't had the chance to thank Chief Ting yet. Besides, we have been friends for so many years, how could I not make this call? Chief Ting, we're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? On the other side, Ting Guangyuan's voice also became lively. I don't dare. Thank you for calling me brother, CEO Meng. My life is really worth it, but I really don't deserve it. CEO Meng, you are like the sun in the sky. Ha, Brother Ting is too polite. Meng Tianyue pondered for a moment and said, Brother Ting, when is it convenient for our two families to have a meal? Hearing this, Ting Guangyuan was so happy that he almost fainted. As long as Boss Meng says it, it's convenient for me at any time. Even now, it's convenient. Ha! Meng Tianyue looked at the time and said, Chief Ting, we don't need to be in such a hurry. How about this? How about tomorrow morning? I'll bring my sister-in-law and niece. You also bring your sister-in-law and nephew. Ting Hao, right? Let's have a meal together and have a good chat. We haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a drink. On the other side, Ting Guangyun's whole body trembled. Tomorrow morning. Okay. Our family will definitely arrive on time. Boss Meng, where are we going? Let's go to my family's Yunduan Pavilion, the top floor. Meng Tianyue smiled kindly and said, Don't forget to bring Ting Hao and sister-in-law. Don't worry, Boss Meng is giving me face. Our whole family will definitely be there. Ting Guangyuan put down the phone and sat on the sofa in a daze for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he jumped up with a roar and hugged his wife and spun around 17 or 18 times. What's wrong with you? His wife was puzzled. Ever since she gave birth and became fat, her husband almost never touched her. Not to mention, he was so unruffled today. Do you know who called me just now? Ting Guangyuan's voice was trembling and his pupils were dilated. Guess. Who? Meng Tianyue. Ting Guangyuan excitedly danced with joy. Our Phoenix City's richest person. Even in the Central Plains, he's one of the top richest people. Wife, we're going to be rich this time. We're going to be rich. Meng Tianyue personally called and invited our whole family to a meal. He even specially said that there will only be 2 of us. He brought his wife, son, and daughter, and asked me to bring you and our son. Ting Guangyuan's breathing quickened and his eyes widened. Do you know what this means? We're going to be rich. He even called me brother just now and wanted to thank me. I. His wife frowned and said, This is for no reason. Why would Meng Tianyue invite us to a meal? There has to be a reason for this, right? Ting Guangyuan snorted and said, Then you're underestimating your husband. You don't know how much money Meng Corporation has saved through my hands all these years. What's wrong with treating me to a meal? Get ready and dress prettily tomorrow. Ting Guangyuan looked at his wife and saw her swollen waist, thick and round thighs, and a figure that did not have any curves. He could not help but feel disgusted and said, "Why don't you know how to tidy yourself up?" Sigh, that's it. Oh right, remember to call little Hao and tell him to come back tonight. Don't delay tomorrow's matter. On the other side. Meng Tianyue put down the phone and said with a smile, "Done." Ning Suifeng said, "Tomorrow we'll act according to the situation. If the first time doesn't work, maybe we'll need a second time. But it doesn't matter. As Zhao's deputy director of the city's commerce bureau, even if his whole family evaporates, it's not a big deal." Meng Tianyue nodded with a smile. Ning Suifeng suddenly thought of something and said with a dignified face, "Well, looking east from my family's ancestral grave, it seems to be number 1 middle school, right?" Meng Tianyue and the others were all stunned. Everyone knew that the Ning family's ancestral grave had directly collapsed and fell to an unknown place. Everyone had been avoiding this topic, fearing that it would make Ning Suifeng unhappy. Who would have thought that he would bring it up himself? Meng Qintian at the side pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, looking east from the Ning family's ancestral grave, that's number 1 middle school." Ning Suifeng snorted and said, "Then this Ting Guangyuan's home, which direction is it located in?" Meng Qintian found Ting Guangyuan's mobile phone number and checked the location. He said, "It's also in the number 1 middle school area." Ning Suifeng raised his head and murmured, "Is it really his home?" He frowned and couldn't figure it out. How could it be? The Ting family. What Ting family? Meng Tianyue asked. Nothing. Ning Suifeng's eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. He then took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Stop the operation tonight and wait until tomorrow afternoon." He put down his mobile phone and murmured, "What's going on?" "Zuo family." After dinner, Zuo Xiao Duo looked at Zuo Xiaonian's face again as usual. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Now, Zuo Xiaonian's face looked much better than before. Even though the death aura was still there, it had shrunk a lot and occupied less than 70% of the original. The purple aura behind the death aura was gradually showing signs of eruption. Looking at her face now, she has at least a 30% chance of survival. While Zuo Xiao Duo was worried, he also felt gratified. His current physiognomy was much better than the first time he saw it, when he looked like he was going to die for sure. The torment during this period of time was not in vain. It was effective. Hard work could indeed change one's fate. Zuo Xiao Duo poured a bowl of chicken soup for the soul in his heart and became more energetic. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror and ran his fingers through his hair. He felt a little depressed. If being handsome could help him overcome a tribulation, then he was willing to offset all the tribulations that Nian Nian had to face in her life. Yes, there's one more important thing. That is, I've accumulated 13 drops of luck points. After a few days of fortune reading, I've accumulated quite a lot of luck points. Little by little, I've accumulated so much. But 13 drops. Why haven't I leveled up? I think my fortune reading skills are definitely qualified to level up. I've obviously reached the pinnacle of perfection. Why haven't I leveled up? Zuo Xiao Duo was especially depressed about this. But after being depressed for a while, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. The good thing about Master Zuo's personality was that if there was something troubling him, it would be fine if he didn't think about it. Nian Nian. Ma. Sis. He turned around and wanted to call her Nian Nian cat, but then he remembered that if he called her by her full name, he might get beaten up. He forced himself to change it and called her Ma. You have money again. Sui Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Money? Isn't it just money? I have plenty. Master Zhua has nothing but money. Sui Xiaoduo patted his chest. Then let's go and cultivate. Sui Xiaoyan grabbed the sword that she had placed in the room as an air conditioner and walked out valiantly. There was one more thing to add. Because it was summer, the weather was hot. The Zhou family used an air conditioner, but the air from the air conditioner was too strong and not nutritious. Sui Xiaoyan's sword was in the scabbard, and it slowly emitted a bit of cold spiritual energy. Under Sui Xiaoyan's delicate control, the temperature of the entire Zhou family was maintained at 23 or 24 degrees. It was not only cool and pleasant, but also rich in spiritual energy that nourished the body from time to time. It could be said that it was a magical weapon for home travel. Chapter 230. After Zhou Xiaoduo found out about this, Sui Xiaoyan's spirit's nature sword transformed into the family's natural air conditioner. Nian, Sui Chonglu walked out of the study. Dad. You and Xiaoduo are practicing swordsmanship. Why do you need a sword? Sui Chonglu said matter-of-factly, leave the sword. You just need to wear the scabbard. Oh. Sui Xiaoyan thought about it and agreed. Why would I need a sword when I'm practicing swordsmanship with a dog? I'd better put down the whole sword. A branch will be enough. Sui Xiaoyan said and put down the sword. Sui Xiaoduo was speechless for a while. How much do you look down on me? Sui Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Am I that weak? Sui Chonglu ignored him. Seeing that the natural air conditioner was left behind, he went back to his study. Let's go. I'll show you how weak you are. You'll know yourself clearly. Sui Xiaoyan excitedly pulled Sui Xiaoduo away. After leaving the house, Sui Xiaoduo looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, there was a surge of tenderness in his heart. In an instant, he had a feeling, today seems to be a good day to fall in love. Under the moonlight, what a good atmosphere. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt the moonlight soften. It was like a dream, illusion, and intoxication. It was really hazy. Sui Xiaoduo felt his heart suddenly melt, so he turned his head to look at Sui Xiaoyan. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was really beautiful. None of the women he had seen could be more beautiful than Sui Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but feel more and more restless in his heart. He felt that his throat was a little dry. He racked his brains and thought, how should I start a relationship? What should I say first? He thought and thought, but he had no clue at all. However, it was a good habit to ask when you didn't understand. If you didn't ask when you didn't understand, you would never understand. So Sui Xiaoduo humbly asked shamelessly, Sister Nian Nian, have you ever been in love? Sui Xiaoyan was so shocked by this sentence that she almost fainted. She stopped and turned her head. Her gaze was sharp and puzzled. What do you mean? Sui Xiaoduo plucked up his courage and put on what he thought was his most handsome pose and face. Actually, I don't know how to fall in love. Sui Xiaoyan. Sui Xiaoduo's heart was beating like a drum. Actually, I know that you haven't been in a relationship. Sui Xiaoyan's face darkened. What do you mean? What do you mean? Sui Xiaoduo saw Sui Xiaoyan's unhappy expression, and his eyes seemed to be about to shoot out a murderous glint. Suddenly, he felt his breath deflate, and immediately became terrified. He muttered, tonight, should we practice swords or concealed weapons? Sui Xiaoyan was confused. She subconsciously put her hand on Sui Xiaoduo's forehead and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Sui Xiaoduo inexplicably felt that he was too cowardly. He was angry at himself for not living up to expectations, but he didn't dare to change. He could only choose to continue being a coward. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He said angrily, "Isn't it just being beaten up by you?" He wasn't angry at Sui Xiaoyan, but at himself. Sui Xiaoduo. Why are you so cowardly? Why are you so cowardly? Go ahead. Hug her. Kiss her. Hurry! He kept scolding himself in his heart and encouraging himself, but his feet seemed to have grown roots and he didn't dare to move. Sui Xiaoyan increasingly felt that this guy might be crazy. She said angrily, "Beat you up? You're still not convinced?" Sui Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled. He said in a low voice, "I'm convinced." Sui Xiaoyan snorted and looked at him sideways. Her big white eyes were exposed. She asked meaningfully, "Do you want to fall in love?" Ahem. Sui Xiaoduo was surprised to find that the topic had turned back. He quickly said, "Actually, it's not that. I just feel that way. I'm already so old, but I still don't know what it's like to fall in love. How regretful that would be." Sui Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She said, "You want to know what it's like to fall in love? Am I right?" Sui Xiaoduo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. You see, it's a good time to fall in love." Sui Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. "You have a target. With that. Governor Wan's daughter." Sui Xiaoduo was confused. "What are you talking about? How is it Governor Wan's daughter? What does it have to do with her?" Sui Xiaoyan smiled gently, but there was a hint of danger in her smile. She said, "It's okay, doggy. At your age, it's normal to think about these things. But it's actually very easy to decide whether or not to think about it. Don't think about it." "Why not?" "As long as you have enough training, you naturally won't think about it." Sui Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "When you train until you don't know anything and can't think of anything, you're so tired that you only want to sleep, then you won't think about these things anymore. We're almost there. Let's train well tonight. You'll realize how inappropriate it is for you to think about falling in love. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. The so-called flower and moonlight are all superfluous." Sui Xiaoyan showed her canine teeth and smiled like a devil. Sui Xiaoduo panicked and said, "I didn't mean that, Sister Nian Nian, look at me. I think you're still asking for a beating. Do you want me to tire you out again?" Sui Xiaoduo said sadly, "Sister Nian Nian, actually, what I want to say is, what do you think of my looks? I'm quite handsome, right?" Sui Xiaoyan smiled faintly. "I'll make you even more handsome in a moment. So handsome that it's tragic." She grabbed Sui Xiaoduo and left as if she was riding the clouds. That night, Sui Xiaoduo was indeed abused like never before. The money he had just earned was all used up, and he didn't even get a single reward. In other words, he didn't pass half a time. He didn't meet the standards the whole time. He was fined until he was hovering between life and death. He was also beaten black and blue by the fist and leg training, and his whole body was in pain from the sword training. He was indeed tragically handsome. Sui Xiaoyan held a tree branch and supervised him fiercely. Whenever she saw that something was wrong with his movements, she would hit him with the branch without mercy. The pitiful Sui Xiaoduo was carrying a 200 kilograms weight. How could it be easy for him to perfect his movements? Naturally, he was beaten up repeatedly. Fall in love. You want to fall in love? Sui Xiaoyan muttered in her heart, "You actually want to know what it's like to fall in love? He. Originally, I wanted to give you some benefits today and let you take home some rewards. Now, it seems like there's no need. There's no need at all. For people like you who want to fall in love, you need to be taught a lesson. Finally, it was midnight. Sua Xiao Duo lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. His whole body had been trained to the point that he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Sua Xiaonian walked over and looked down at him. Then she squatted down and asked gently, "Are you tired?" "Yes." Sua Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and panted heavily. "Do you still want to fall in love?" "No. I don't want to." Sua Xiao Duo shuddered at the question. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I'm really cheap. I asked for it. This is a witch." "Okay." Sua Xiaonian sat down beside him and said leisurely, "Why do you suddenly want to know what it's like to fall in love?" Sua Xiao Duo complained, "I just want to fall in love with you. If you don't want to, then don't. Do you have to hit me so hard? I won't say that I want to fall in love with you in the future even if you beat me to death." Sua Xiaonian was stunned when she heard that. After a while, her face turned red and she turned around as if she had been electrocuted. "What did you say?" "I said I want to fall in love with you." Sua Xiaoduo's face was swollen and his head was swollen. He was extremely sad. Okay. You made me. I really don't want to anymore. Everything is gone. With me. Sua Xiaonian knew that she had misunderstood at this time. For a moment, she felt weak all over. She bit her lips and asked, "Didn't you say that the classmate of the governor's daughter, Wanli Xiu?" "Wanli Xiu is Long Yuxing's fiancé. What does it have to do with me?" Sua Xiaoduo murmured, "Long Yuxing doesn't want to. If Long Yuxing wants to, you can just fall in love with him directly." Sua Xiaonian squinted her eyes. "Why do I feel that you are a little regretful? What do you think? What's wrong with your brain? How can you see that I am regretful?" Sua Xiaoduo felt wronged. He was so melancholy that he turned his head and said, "I just want to fall in love. Why is it so difficult?" Sua Xiaonian snorted, but unexpectedly didn't hit him. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but stop talking. He carefully and sneakily looked at Sua Xiaonian's face. Was it the sign of a coming storm? He saw Sua Xiaonian sitting quietly under the moonlight. Her long hair was fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes were like water, and there was a smile on her lips. She looked intoxicated. She was indescribably beautiful. His little heart, which had just been beaten to extinguish the idea of falling in love, couldn't help but beat fast again. "You were so fierce just now. You are so beautiful now. Who wants to fall in love with you?" Sua Xiaonian pouted and rolled her eyes. She pretended to be fierce, but the corners of her mouth and the corners of her eyes were curved. She couldn't be fierce. She thought to herself, "If he brings it up again tomorrow, will I give him a chance?" Thinking about it, she felt confused. She turned her head and saw that this guy's eyes were rolling around. She didn't know what he was thinking. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at her. Sua Xiaonian suddenly felt indescribably shy. She was about to say something to break the silence. Suddenly, her expression froze. It seemed that there were a few auras silently approaching here. "Someone is coming. I'm afraid they are up to no good." Sua Xiaonian pushed Sua Xiaoduo. "Have you recovered?" "I have recovered. Don't move." Sua Xiaonian's spirit suddenly tensed up. She was even more annoyed. She was about to clear up the misunderstanding with Gouda, but someone actually disturbed her. She was so angry. With this guy's cowardly personality, it must have taken him many days to muster up the courage to say that he wanted to know what it was like to be in a relationship with someone. After being so fierce today, he probably wouldn't have the courage to mention it again for a month or two, or even 3 to 5 months. He was already a coward, and now he is even more cowardly after being beaten up by me. Chapter 231. Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. Why are you such a coward? This is a coward. I knew he was a coward from a young age. After being a coward for so many years, it's become a habit. Today, he mustered up his courage and finally didn't cower, but he got beaten up by me. Thought there was no point in being angry at this question, so she could only be angry at the person who ruined the opportunity. Who was it? Who was it that came to spoil the fun? Zhuo Xiaonian's heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhuo Xiaoduo focused on Zhuo Xiaonian's face and didn't find any danger, so he was relieved. Then, he started to pay attention to the surrounding situation. What kind of people would be coming? The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, so it wasn't a good time for night walkers to appear. Zhuo Xiaonian closed her eyes, her sword heart clear, reflecting the surrounding situation. He could feel a strong malicious aura coming from 3 different directions. They were all over the dense forest and were quietly closing in on him. Zhuo Xiaoduo also said softly, Sister Nian Nian, there's a murderous aura. They are coming with ill intentions. Yes, I feel it too. Zhuo Xiaonian said, but these people's cultivation isn't very high. There's only 1 origin core realm and 2 embryonic breathing realm. I don't know which side they are from. Zhuo Xiaonian said this, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. Who are they? Which side are they from? They want to send a few small fries to deal with me. Aren't they looking down on me too much? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she instructed, Xiao Duo, the opponent's strength is within our control. You can use this opportunity to test the results of your hidden weapon. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept silent, maintaining his lying position on the ground. He nodded slightly, not feeling nervous at all, but instead feeling strangely excited. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very excited. Ever since he started practicing, except for the one time when he went out for training, he had never really seen blood or a fight. But today, this time, it was a real fight in the Jianghu. With this thought in mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately had a feeling of the boundless world, the boundless world, the vast world, the vast world, and the martial world. He probably felt that he had become a hero who repaid debts of gratitude and vengeance. He even started to daydream, if I go anywhere in the future, people will have to salute me respectfully when they see me and say, Hero Zhuo. So you are the famous Hero Zhuo in the Jianghu. I'm sorry for my disrespect. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you, but to meet you in person. Today, to meet heroes with Xiong in person, I have no regrets. Scenes like this came one after another, one after the other. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as he imagined what would happen next. What should I say if it really came to that? How should he answer in a perfect way that would make him seem more approachable and not unreachable? But should I make people feel cold? Awesome Collis. The wind whistled. The 3 breaths of the opponents finally got closer. They stopped about 30 meters away from the 2 of them and stopped moving. Zhuo Xiaonian instantly located the other party's location and told Zhuo Xiaoduo. That kind of aura that contained malice was clearly a malice that wanted to kill the 2 of them. There was no mistake about this. Lingnian, which had almost become a synonym for Zhuo Xiaonian, was not just a nickname. 5 more meters and I'll make a move. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand and defeats the enemy in an instant. Zhuo Xiaonian frowned, silently calculating the best time, position, and means of attack. In the eyes of the 3 people who came in from outside, one of the siblings was lying on the ground with a grass stalk in his mouth, looking very sloppy. The other was sitting, looking up at the night sky, as if admiring the beauty of the starry sky. In addition, the 2 of them occasionally chatted and laughed softly, and the lively atmosphere that they were really no different from young boys and girls who did not know the taste of sorrow. They were completely unaware of the three people's arrival. 10 more meters and they could make a move. They would catch them off guard and defeat them as quickly as possible. The three of them made up their minds. Who cares about the Phoenix Meridian soul? The most important thing was to protect the family. If the family was gone, what was the point of the big picture? At this moment, one of them revealed a look of astonishment. That was because his phone was vibrating at this moment. Although the phone was on silent mode and vibrated silently, in this quiet night atmosphere, it was no different from a loud bang for cultivators above the level of Martial Master. The other two people who were closer to him were also stunned. Boss! Are you kidding me? We're in the middle of a move and you still have your phone. It's fine if you have your phone with you, but you didn't turn it off. What's the use of silent mode? The sound is so loud that it can scare people to death. Not to mention the brightness of the screen. It's a dark night. Do you think the other party is blind? Even if you're leaning against a tree, do you think they can't see you? Are you stupid or do you think they're stupid? Then, they saw their boss take out his phone and pick up the call. The other two thought that they were crazy or that their eyes were damaged and they were hallucinating. How could this be called a fucking secret operation? What the fuck? The other party picked up the call and nodded repeatedly. Then, he hung up the phone and made a hand gesture. Retreat. Retreat? The other two people were even more confused when they heard this order. Boss, we've already arrived at the target side. With your call, we've already been exposed. At this moment, your order is to retreat. Then what exactly are we doing here this time? Seeing that the two people did not move, the leader made another hand gesture. This time, it was still, retreat. However, there was a hint of viciousness in his actions. If the two people hesitated, who knew what would be waiting for them? The two people did not know what was going on, but they could only choose to obey the order and quickly retreat. On the other side, the brother and sister were ready to take action. However, they were surprised to see a call from the other party. They could not help but be speechless for a long time. Xiao Duo almost laughed out loud. This kind of idiot was too rare to see. They actually received a call when they were carrying out an assassination. And it seemed like it was the kind of call that they had to answer. Xiaoyan's pretty face was also very interesting. This phone call was really a stroke of genius. Admittedly, it exposed the whereabouts of the intruders, but it also caused a change in the counterattack that we had been preparing to launch. There was really nothing to say about it. After the phone call, the brother and sister tried their best to pretend that they did not see or hear anything. However, they saw that the other party was completely unmoved and even retreated. At this moment, Xiao Duo and Xiaoyan were completely confused. Fuck, are you guys messing around? What the fuck, you guys are full of evil intentions. The sword is already in hand, and the string is already pulled. The close combat is right in front of you, and then you guys decide not to fight and want to leave. Do you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Under Xiaoyan's signal, Xiao Duo jumped up from the ground like a carp and shouted. Beep! Stop! The three people on the other side were immediately confused. We were ordered not to take action, and that was considered to be letting you guys off. Now, you guys are actually coming over. Do you want to die? However, on second thought, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. So the other party had already discovered us. If that was the case, they thought that the other party had not discovered them. They thought that they could catch them off guard. If they really took action, they would only be caught off guard by the other party. With this thought, they could not help but express their admiration for the leader who answered the phone call. It was really the leader. At the critical moment, he seemed to be an idiot and answered the phone call, but he actually managed to avoid disaster. Otherwise, he would be the leader. Swixiaonhua arrogantly strode forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The grass under his feet rustled, giving off the feeling of a hero roaming the martial world and looking down on the world. He nodded and said, "You three. I'm talking to you guys. Why are you running? Stop." The three people helplessly stopped in their tracks. This kid just had to jump out and make a scene today. That's asking for death. They can't blame us for this. What's the matter? The leader was also cursing in his heart. The family had arranged for me to kill people, but he strongly requested me to bring my phone to contact him at any time. Now, this is such a joke. Do you think I want this? Today is very likely to become my disgrace. My nerves were so tense that they were about to snap, but the family had really called me and asked me to give up and cancel the operation. This was already enough to make me speechless. But before I left, I was stopped by the target. What the fuck is going on? Swixiaoduo stood in front of the three people and looked at them with a frown. He raised one hand and his face was instantly filled with compassion. He said in a deep voice, "It's not that I want to stop the three of you. It's just that the three of you are fated to meet me, immeasurable deity." As soon as this sentence came out, not only the three people of the Ning family in front of him, but also Swixiaonian, who was following beside him, also widened her eyes. "What do you mean?" Swixiaoduo pretended to recite in a long voice, to break the secrets of heaven and the mortal world, to give guidance to the yin and yang sect. The three of you have met in the middle of the night. It's really fate. There's something I have to say. What is it? I see that the three of you don't look good. Evil is coming from the east, black gas is covering your faces, bad luck is hanging over your heads, and white tigers are in the sky. Tonight, it's inevitable that a bloody disaster will befall you. I'm here to remind you, to make a good karma. Master Zhuo pretended to be kind and said, "The three of you, Buddha has the virtue of caring for all living things. I really can't bear to see the three of you leave just like that. It'll cause a disaster and death to befall you." The four people, including Swixiaonian, didn't know what he was talking about. Wasn't immeasurable deity's Taoist name again? How did it become Buddha? Are you a Taoist or a Buddha? A bloody disaster. At that moment, the leader sneered, "Master Zhuo, you're exaggerating, aren't you?" Swixiaoduo smiled faintly and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked like a calm master, immeasurable Buddha, so you know me. The three people were full of murderous intent and ferocious. Obviously, they were here to kill Ning Ke and his sister. The two sides were on opposite sides. How could Swixiaoduo let them go? But how many monthly votes would there be at 7? Chapter 232. Moreover, Swixiaonian had the purple star illumination on her face, so she was not in any danger. Regardless of whether it was a divination or a person's physique, she was confident that she could deal with the three people in front of her. Victory was within her grasp, so how could Swixiaoduo let go of the opportunity to earn a wave of luck points? Even a mosquito's leg was meat, not to mention the luck points that concerned 3 lives. No matter what, it should be quite a lot. Master Zhuo's name has recently spread through Phoenix City. The three of us have heard a lot about you and often feel that we've never met before. However, the three of us are short of money and really don't have the money to pay Master Zhuo. Since we're not fated to have money, then we don't need Master Zhuo to worry about our fates. The leader was a little impatient. He said a few words and was about to leave. Swixiaoduo's eyes lit up. "You. The 2 words you said before, please say it again. I've been waiting for this sentence." Finally, someone is willing to say this to me. Although he's not Hero's wa, Master's wa is still very impressive. Not bad, it's nice to hear. That person was not interested in being entangled with Swa Duo. He said impatiently, get out of the way. Swa Duo spoke very quickly, the three of you, it doesn't matter if you're rich or not. It's fate that brought us together. Looking at your faces, you're really going to face a bloody calamity. Death is at the door. If you don't listen to me and solve it, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger. The three of them ignored him and walked out with dark faces. Swa voice sounded behind them. 10 meters forward, blood splashes 5 steps. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's sad and lamentable that there are 3 more lonely souls on the road to the netherworld. The 3 of them moved faster and faster. They felt that this guy was crazy. They walked 7 to 8 meters in one breath. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind them. Then, the entire sky was pierced by a sharp aura, as if it had transcended time and space. It broke through the air and came at them. The 3 of them shouted coldly at the same time and dodged. Their eyes were filled with shock. You actually dared to make the first move with your insignificant skills. Then, they heard Swa Duo shout, Sister Nian Nian. Go! Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded. Swa 3 jade gourds followed the opponent's dodging figure like a shadow, drawing a mysterious trajectory as they chased after him. Bang! 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 3 soft sounds rang out as they all hit their targets. Among them, the 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm were shocked to discover that their waists had been pierced by some unknown hidden weapon. They also didn't know what hidden weapon had burrowed into their skin, slithering left and right in their muscles like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it had twisted a few times. It was extremely insidious. A heart-wrenching pain followed. The 2 of them widened their eyes almost at the same time, filled with disbelief. Didn't the information say that this kid was only a martial master? This is the strength of a martial master? Reaching out to touch it, he found that the place where he had been hit was already drenched in blood. The hidden weapon was actually twisting left and right inside his muscles, and he couldn't force it out for a while. In this world, there was actually such a hidden weapon technique. Even the primal core cultivator who managed to grab the hidden weapon in time felt a sharp pain in his palm. While he was shocked, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial master. A hidden weapon used by a martial master could actually cause primal core cultivators to feel pain and even injure 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm. Once this kid grew up, he would most likely become a huge threat. Just as the 3 of them were thinking this, they suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in front of them, as if the moonlight was pouring out. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling suddenly spread out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, their bodies were cold, as if they were frozen. Their eyes were filled with the bright sword light, nothing else. In a split second, a fairy from the horizon, holding a snow-white long sword, danced in the air, graceful and beautiful. Her clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, as if she had descended from the moon, mixed with the world of ice and snow. Leave your last breath, let me kill you. Swa voice sounded at the right time, eager to give it a try. The primal core cultivator tried his best to deal with it, but he only had time to pull out his sword to block. He still felt that his sword was completely cold, as if it had been frozen. Just now, when it came into contact with the thin sword in the opponent's hand, his sword had silently broken with a whoosh. Then, he felt a chill in his arm, and the arm that was holding the sword flew out of his body. That person had just lost an arm, and before he could react, he felt a chill in his thigh, and his whole body was instantly half a head shorter. Xiaonian's delicate body flashed again, and a cold, fragrant wind swept past this person. The sword light flashed in the air, and the two Ning clan experts in the embryonic breathing realm behind him also let out earth-shattering cries of agony. The four legs of the two people were all chopped off. Xiaonian's body floated down and returned to the ground, but not even a speck of dust was raised. She stretched out her slender arm, and the thin sword body was reflected in the moonlight. The sword light was like flowing water, flowing quietly under the moonlight. There was not even a trace of blood on it. Good sword, as expected of the sharpest sword in the world. Xiaonian praised, and handed the sharp sword in her hand to Xiaoduo. Just now, the sword that Xiaonian had used was Xiaoduo's sword. Yes, it was the cat's spirit sword. As for her own spirit-snatching sword, it was being used as an air conditioner by her parents at home, so naturally it was not with her. Long before they had made their move, Xiaoduo had handed his sword over. Why did you leave them alive? Xiaonian squinted her eyes, and the murderous aura from her earlier attack had not dissipated from her body. She was valiant and formidable, cold and aloof. Xiaoduo looked at her in a daze. He paused for a while, then took his sword, and said with a laugh, I have read their fortune. Now that it has come true, I naturally have to convince them wholeheartedly and admit that my divination is accurate. Only then can it be considered complete. Xiaonian could not maintain her ladle-like image and rolled her eyes. This is your fortune-telling. Xiaonian's face was filled with disbelief. Who doesn't know how to do fortune-telling like this? Even I can do it. Xiaonian only felt that Xiaoduo's theory was extremely strange. She even wondered if there was something wrong with this little doggie's brain. Reading the fortune of an enemy who was bound to fight. And then telling the enemy that there was a life-threatening disaster? Then, he would personally create a life-threatening disaster for the enemy. Is this how you call fortune-telling? It would be strange if you still could not tell. You clearly have the Overlord's point of view. Even if there was no life-threatening disaster, you would still need to read the fortune to create one. What's the point of doing this? Reading the fortune of someone who is about to die and telling them that they are about to die. Even if you were right, what's the use? Can you become famous? Can you advertise? Can you collect money? You're too senseless, doggy. Xiaonian was speechless and did not think much of it. Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Nian Mao, you really don't understand this mystery. I didn't know that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster because you and I knew that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster. There is a fundamental difference between the two. She thought to herself, there must be a fundamental difference. It was because I read their fortune that I gained something. It was an extremely huge gain, okay? Even if what you said makes sense, why don't you let me kill them directly? Do you have to kill them? What's the point of this? It's also related to your fortune-telling. Can you tell that they will die in your hands? Xiaonian looked at Xiaoduo and immediately thought of this problem that she couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. Xiaoduo looked around and saw that there was no one around. He smiled and leaned close to Xiaonian's ear. He said in an extremely low voice, this is not about fate, but the will of the person. Do you still remember the small flying knife that Uncle Nan gave me? So what? Xiaonian's ears were heated by his hot breath. Her delicate little ears suddenly turned red, and she only felt that her body was a little weak. She forced herself to calm down and ask questions, but her face was getting redder and redder. That small flying knife can absorb people's blood essence and turn it into pure energy to help me practice martial arts. The more people I kill, the more energy it can absorb. That thing is much more effective than absorbing astral soul's jade. Xiaoduo said in an extremely low and fast voice. Then he said in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Sui Xiaoyan did not care about her blushing at this moment. She looked at Sui Xiaoduo in shock. Is there such a thing? Sui Xiaoduo blinked and said, otherwise, how can my cultivation progress so fast? That small flying knife is a great help. With a casual sentence, he pushed all the credit to the dragon blood flying dagger. Sui Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous. She grabbed Sui Xiaoduo. Dog, you can't tell this to anyone else. I know. I'm just telling you. Are you someone else? Sui Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly. Sui Xiaoyan chuckled. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She whispered, damn, you have to make good use of such a peerless treasure. You must keep it a secret, top secret. Then she lowered her eyebrows and smiled, go ahead. She thought in her heart, dog, that flying knife was given by Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan will not harm us. Even if there is something wrong with him, my parents were there at that time. They should know it. This proves that this knife is only beneficial and has no hidden danger. However, the ability to absorb the target's essence and blood for its own benefit is too abnormal and even more evil. I have to check it carefully to make sure there is nothing wrong with it. But Xiao Duo doesn't need to know about this. I will secretly check the information in this regard. If there is no harm, I will let him use it. If there is any harm, I can tell him then. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly brightened. Looking at the three enemies whose legs she had just broken, her eyes became gentle. It was like looking at Sui Xiaoduo's wallet. Sui Xiaoduo walked to the front of the three people. At this moment, their faces were pale and their eyes were full of despair. I told you that the three of you would have a bloody disaster and your lives would be in danger. Why didn't you believe me? Do you believe me now? Sui Xiaoduo said with a smile. Chapter 233. So what if I believe you? What are you going to do? The leader of the inner core realm cultivators looked at Sui Xiaoduo angrily. The intense pain made his body convulse, but he still held on. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is it fun to tease a person who is about to die? The words of a dying man are indeed true. You hit the nail on the head. You're right. It's really interesting. Sui Xiaoduo could clearly feel that after this person said, I believe you, a cool feeling descended from the sky and merged into his meridians. The result of the three people's fortune-telling had actually allowed him to gather half a drop of luck points. This result surprised even Sui Xiaoduo. Of course, it was interesting. It seemed that even if he looked at such a tyrant's fortune sign, he could still gain luck points. I'm really a fortune teller. Since the luck points had already been received, Sui Xiaoduo did not hesitate any longer. He took out the dragon blood flying dagger. The three of you, have a safe journey. Puff! 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 The dragon blood flying dagger flashed, and the three of them died almost at the same time. I helped you look at your faces. It's fate. I'll let you go in peace. The road to the netherworld is long. I won't see you off. Sui Xiaoduo sighed. I've been so accurate and good at reading, but you didn't give me any reward. Now that you're dead, the things you have left behind can be considered as a reward, right? As he spoke, he began to search the corpses. Don't you feel disgusted? Sui Xiaoyan frowned. Every meal is not easy to come by. Even a strand of it is difficult to obtain. Sui Xiaoduo said earnestly, people are guilty, but money is innocent. In this world, money is not omnipotent, but you can't do anything without money. We should never deprive this money of its right to circulate in the market. This money is buried in the ground. It's so unfair to the workers who made it. Their hard work is trampled on. We have to respect labor. After a busy harvest, so fucking poor. How can they be so poor? At the very least, they have one inner core and 2 embryonic breaths. The 3 of them only have 1 ring and nothing else. Xiao Duo was very disappointed. He pocketed the cash, which amounted to less than 1,000, and then handed the dimensional ring to Xiaonian. That's all. Let's go. We'll look at our harvest when we get back. Xiaonian was now bent on investigating Xiaoduo's dragon blood-flying dagger. She grabbed Xiaoduo and soared into the sky, disappearing instantly. 10 minutes after the 2 disappeared, a black shadow floated out from 100 meters away, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Then, he raised his head and said, "Teacher Mu, you're here too. Let's take a look together and discuss." Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin? In the distance, a white figure rose slowly. It was Mu Yanyan. One of them was worried about Xiaoduo, while the other was worried about Xiaonian. Every night, they would secretly guard here. Tonight, the Ning family only sent a few small fries. There was no need for the 2 of them to intervene at all. They were killed by Xiaoduo and Xiaonian. In other words, even if the Ning family sent out the whole family, they would only end up dead here. And Xiaoduo and Xiaonian would not be hurt at all. After all, Qin Fangyang was not the same as before. His strength had greatly improved, and he was not weaker than an ordinary expert in the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. Among the experts in the whole Phoenix City, even if he was not second to none, he was at least in the top 3. And Xiaoduo and Mu Yanyan were completely unaware of this, and they could not be told. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would be fearless and slack off. That would not be good. Mu Yanyan floated out and looked at Qin Fangyang strangely. "Teacher Qin, have you broken through? You have improved a lot." Just now, Mu Yanyan was hiding and did not find the existence of Qin Fangyang, but Qin Fangyang had found her. In the past, the 2 of them were almost neck and neck in terms of cultivation, neither of them was inferior to the other. But now, in this situation, Mu Yanyan did not retreat, so there was only one possibility: Qin Fangyang had broken through. Qin Fangyang sighed, "Alas, I didn't check it out. How could I suddenly break through?" His tone was full of a kind of regret, as if the breakthrough was a big bad thing. Mu Yanyan was a little stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she felt that she had nothing to say to this sentence. How could he suddenly break through without checking it out? This act of pretentiousness was really fresh and refined. He was indeed the master of Xiaoduo. But you said it in front of people like us who are stuck at the peak of nascent soul and can't break through. How can we bear it? Mu Yanyan secretly rolled her eyes at Qin Fangyang. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she found Qin Fangyang very pleasing to the eye. Now, he was a repulsive person, just like his apprentice, Xiaoduo. This master and apprentice both had a disease that would kill them if they didn't show off. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. He whispered, "Weird, really weird." Mu Yanyan also stepped forward to take a look, and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The 3 corpses lacked any blood, and their bones were loose. It seemed that they had been dead for several days, and even showed some signs of drying up. Seeing this scene, Mu Yanyan suddenly remembered the situation when she chased Chen Yuding and others that day. Thinking of what Jiang Zhongbin and other people of Star Shield said at that time, and then looking at the corpses in front of her, and thinking about the money grubber's action of plundering the corpses, she suddenly understood everything. I see. It turned out to be this guy's doing all this time. After all this time, this little boy has been the mastermind behind the scenes. For a time, Mu Yanyan, who understood the past, was only stunned for a moment, and then fell into an incredible state again. But what on earth can make a corpse fall into the verge of decay in such a short time? Mu Yanyan muttered to herself. Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and said seriously, word by word, Teacher Mu, I want to seriously remind you of something. Go ahead. About this matter, I hope you can keep it to yourself. Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining, and he said, this is my reminder to you. Mu Yanyan seemed to realize something and said, is it very involved? Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, with all due respect, the people and things involved. Even the entire Kunlun Taoism may not be able to bear it. Mu Yanyan was really shocked this time. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. Looking at Qin Fangyang's serious eyes, Mu Yanyan pondered for a long time, and then solemnly saluted, I remember Teacher Qin's advice and will follow it. I will never dare to take half a step out of line. Qin Fangyang nodded and accepted the salute calmly. What I find strange is not this matter, but Cui Xiaoduo's actions. Qin Fangyang frowned and said, speaking of it. At that time, when the three people wanted to leave, spiritual thoughts directly killed them. I am not surprised. Even Cui Xiaoduo jumped out to stop it, I am not surprised. In the end, it was spiritual thoughts that did it, I am still not surprised. I am just curious. Why did Cui Xiaoduo have to read the fortune of these three people who are going to die? Why did he have to go through all this trouble? Qin Fangyang furrowed his brows. I really can't figure this out no matter how hard I try. Cui Xiaoduo has never been a sloppy person. When he fights, he doesn't even scold people. He just goes up and punches. He never talks about reason. How could such a person talk so much about three people who are going to die for so long? He read their fortune and fulfilled it. He doesn't seem to be such a person with bad taste. Qin Fangyang really didn't understand, and he really couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not only him. Mu Yanyan also had a headache. She also didn't understand. At that time, Cui Xiaoduo suddenly jumped out to stop them to read their fortune. This action directly shocked the two of them. He said that they were going to have a bloody disaster, and then he made a bloody disaster. He said that they were going to be in danger, and then he killed them. It had to be said that this action could only be described with one word, disgusting. Well, if another adjective had to be added, it could only be described with another word, despicable. It was completely meaningless. Vent anger. How could he vent anger like this? How much was he tortured before he died? That wasn't the case either. After a few meaningless sentences, he killed them cleanly without any hesitation or hesitation. Regarding this, I also don't understand. Mu Yanyan thought for a long time and honestly admitted that she didn't understand. She thought to herself, you master and disciples' brain circuits are different from others. Qin Fangyang frowned and studied the three corpses again. Then, he flipped the two people in the embryonic breathing realm over and used his sword to cut open their waist muscles. Then, he saw two small white jade gourds at a glance. They were really small gourds. At most, they were only the size of sunflower seeds. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Mu Yanyan didn't want to touch the corpses. Seeing Qin Fangyang make them so bloody, she didn't want to look at them even more. She only stood far away and asked, did you find anything else? Qin Fangyang flipped the corpses over. With a hidden force, he shook the wounds that he had just made into mush. He shook the two gourds out and secretly held them in his hand. He said indifferently, nothing else. Two in the embryonic breathing realm and one in the origin alchemy realm. They are all from the Ning clan. It seems that the Ning clan has indeed been going downhill these years. The aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years. It has declined. Mu Yanyan didn't feel anything unusual. She said, actually, this is normal. They have done too many outrageous things. It is inevitable that they will suffer from the backlash of fate. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, I have to go back. Goodbye, Miss Mu. He cupped his hands and floated away. After he left, Mu Yanyan glanced at the 3 corpses. She went over to take a look and immediately discovered that Qin Fangyang had used his strength to shatter the corpses. She originally wanted to see why Qin Fangyang had shattered the corpses. However, after thinking about it, she didn't do anything. No matter what, Qin Fangyang is not a bad person. I don't have to get to the bottom of things that he doesn't want me to know. As he said, it may not be a good thing for me to know something that I shouldn't know. Mu Yanyan's delicate body floated up and left. Chapter 234. Ning Family. When Ning Suifeng returned home, it was already past midnight, but he couldn't get through to the people who were carrying out the mission. After a few times, he gradually felt that something was wrong. Are 13 and the others back? Not yet. Send a few people to search for them. Report back as soon as you find them. The ominous feeling in Ning Suifeng's heart was getting heavier and heavier. With a sullen face, he kept pacing in the study, waiting for the news. At about 3:00 in the morning, the people who went out to search for the Ning family brought back 3 unrecognizable bodies. They were placed in the yard. Ning Suifeng looked at the 3 bodies for a long time. 3 more dead. Can you tell who did it? I can't tell, but I can be sure that their legs were cut off by a sharp weapon first. Patriarch, look, the place where their legs were cut off is flat, and there are no signs of their muscles spasming. This means that their legs were already cut off before they could feel any pain. The bone stubble is also smooth. The weapon used by the murderer should be a very thin sword. The sharpness of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. According to the intelligence, the Zhuo family doesn't have such a weapon. The spiritual thought goddess doesn't have it, and neither does the Zhuo duo. Previously, the patriarch had already ordered them to give up on killing the spiritualist goddess. Based on the comparison of the strength of both sides at that time, there is a high chance that they were not killed by the spiritualist goddess. It was someone else. In addition, judging from the degree of decay of the corpses when they just died, the murderer is most likely practicing some kind of evil technique. And the lower back of these 2 people. This degree of shattering is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, it has to be above the level of nascent soul. An old man of the Ning family carefully examined the corpses for a long time and concluded there was an outsider interference. And it was a top master. As for why they were killed, I don't know. Maybe it was the protector of the spiritual thought goddess. Someone from the Kunlun Taoist sect. Bury them. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to reporting to Master. 35th young Master has sent news. He's currently in the hospital. Young Madam is 7 months pregnant with twins. And she's having a miscarriage. Ning Suifeng stood there quietly. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, "How many pregnant women are there now?" No one replied. "How many more?" Ning Suifeng shouted. "No more. Not a single one." The old man who had examined the corpse lowered his head. His face was blank. After a while, he said, "Before this month, there were a total of 47 pregnant women in the family. Now, all of them." Ning Suifeng's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. This was extreme fear. He knew better than anyone that if a clan wanted to rise, its population was the biggest factor. Only by constantly giving birth to new lives could the clan continue to prosper. Even if they suffered a temporary setback and declined temporarily, as long as their bloodline still existed, there would definitely be a chance for them to rise again. But now, the situation that he was most afraid of had appeared. Feng Shui situation. The person who set this up was simply vicious to the point of insanity. Obviously, this was to completely cut off the Ning clan's bloodline from the root. The ancestral tomb had collapsed and sunk to an unknown depth. All the pregnant women were gone. Then, when the Ning clan members who were still alive in the world grew old and died one by one, who would inherit the wealth and endless resources left behind? Pass down the order. Ning Suifeng raised his head and stood in the night wind. He said softly, "From today onwards, the men of the Ning clan will lift the ban on lust." Lift the ban on lust. That's right. There's no need for a formal marriage or even mutual love. There's no need for any sectarian bias. There's no need for aptitude. As long as they can sow the seeds of the Ning clan. That's enough. No matter where they live. Ning Suifeng closed his eyes. He knew very well how sinful his decision was. A group of men of the Ning clan who had no scruples at all. Every one of them had skills that far exceeded ordinary people. To ordinary people, they were supermen with irresistible power. If this order was passed down, perhaps thousands of ordinary girls who were slightly beautiful would be killed. But he still gave this order. Would they be able to escape if they were not in the Ning clan? Ning Suifeng thought so in his heart. Yes, master. The butler passed down the order. Ning Suifeng walked towards the bedroom. He had to rest. The light shone on his body. His back, which had always been straight, was now bent. Everything depended on whether the key point could be found tomorrow. If it couldn't be found, Ning Suifeng walked in. His lowered eyes shot out two vicious lights. If it can't be found, then even if the entire Ning clan strength and the property accumulated over thousands of years, we must kill. Spiritual thought goddess and Suishao duo. What big plan? What does it have to do with my Ning clan? Different from Ning Suifeng. Meng Tianhua let the secretary take turns to be on duty. She went to the study early. He didn't even turn on the light. He just sat in the study in a daze. He was in the dark and kept his eyes open until dawn. No one knew what he was thinking. Suishao duo returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. This money grubber didn't even have the mood to wait for Suishao to check the ring. It was obvious that he was really tired. Suishao sat in front of the computer and began to search for information about the dragon blood flying dagger. Was there any backlash from such a heaven-defying item? Were there any side effects? After searching for a long time, there was no relevant information. She could only give up. However, looking for this kind of backlash, she actually found some web novels. A group of ordinary people who had nothing to do were fantasizing about the magnificent life of a crooked cultivator. It was a dazzling lineup. Only one of them was called Wind Conquering the World. It was really well written. Moreover, the person was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Suishao couldn't help but be curious. She murmured, "What did this guy write?" She opened A World Defying the Nine Heavens and read it. She was immediately fascinated. It's written so well. It's great. I have never read such a good novel in my life. Early morning. Suishao duo ate a stomach full of food as usual. He ate until the few pots were empty. He asked Suishao, "Is there anything good?" Suishao read novels the whole night. She was sleepy and forgot about the ring. She yawned and said, "No. So be it. A few poor people. I don't think there's anything good. He skipped out the door. I have to go to school to cultivate. Sua Xiao Duo ran away anxiously. He didn't break through these days. He felt his true chi was restless. He was really anxious. Today, he was afraid that he would be beaten by Qin Fangyang again. Sigh. Teacher Qin was getting more and more ruthless. Sua Xiao Duo had just arrived at the school gate when he saw a group of people waiting for him. Master Zhua. Master Zhua is here. Everyone in the crowd was very excited. Sua Xiao Duo glanced at them and frowned. The number of people seemed to have decreased compared to yesterday and the day before. Well, to be more precise, it wasn't that there were fewer people, but there were fewer luxury cars. It was normal. Although there were many rich people in Phoenix City, there were very few people at the top of the pyramid who could catch Master Zhua's attention. Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Sua Xiao Duo's eyes shone with golden light. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for luck points. I'm mainly pitying the people of this world. They have so many worries. Today, I, Master Zhua, intend to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I'll help those in danger and rob the rich to help the poor. I'll point out the mysteries of heaven and give directions to everyone. Master Zhua walked over with his hands behind his back. He pretended to be sage-like and walked over. Sua Xiao Duo. A crisp young girl's voice suddenly rang out. Sua Xiao Duo turned his head to look at the source of the voice. He saw a young girl in a white dress standing under a willow tree. She looked like a lotus flower. She had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with a bright smile. That young girl was Bai Bingbing. The young girl today had swept away the heaviness on her face a few days ago. She had become youthful and lively again. She no longer had any pretense. She radiated a pure and fresh aura. Seeing Sua Xiao Duo turn his head, Bai Bingbing's face lit up. She ran a few steps to Sua Xiao Duo and looked at him with a smile. What? What are you doing? Sua Xiao Duo took a step back cautiously and raised one of his palms solemnly. Amitabha, Almighty God. I'm a man with a wife. I'll be faithful to my wife until death. I'll never let her down. I'd rather be the one who betrays the world. Ah. Ha ha ha. Bai Bingbing couldn't help but laugh until she bent over. After a while, she stopped laughing. Her face became particularly serious. She bit her lip and suddenly bowed to Sua Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo, I'm sorry. Sua Xiao Duo, thank you. She stood up and looked at Sua Xiao Duo with a little infatuation. Suddenly, she laughed from the bottom of her heart again. Sua Xiao Duo, don't worry. I won't chase you anymore. I won't chase you anymore. Because the distance between us is too far. Since it's destined to be out of reach, why waste my effort and ask for trouble? Sua Xiao Duo smiled when he heard that. Okay. We'll be friends from now on. Friends. Goodbye, Sua Xiao Duo. Bai Bingbing waved her hand and smiled. I'm going to class. Like an agile deer, he quickly turned around and ran into the school like a wisp of smoke. She didn't say anything. Why was she sorry? Why was she thanking him? She didn't say anything. Sua Xiao Duo didn't ask either. Sua Xiao Duo smiled from the bottom of his heart as he watched Bai Bingbing run into the school. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, this bright and beautiful smile would definitely disappear forever. Chapter 235. Inside the school. Hu Ruoyun looked at Bai Bingbing, who ran over with a smile, but secretly shed a few tears. Bai Bingbing took a few deep breaths and returned to her lively self. She turned to look at Sui Xiaoduo, who was back to being a charlatan and fortune-teller, and her expression softened. To be honest, Sui Xiaoduo handled the situation better than she had imagined. He didn't eat the buns, and it seemed like he was pretending to be confused, but did he really not intend to pursue the matter? Was it really just the 3 reasons he had mentioned the other day? Or was there another reason? But Hu Ruoyun knew that from this moment on, there was no answer to this question. Because there were no ifs in this world, after seeing a few people, Sui Xiaoduo entered the school 10 minutes earlier than usual and went to class because he had something on his mind. He was surprised to find that the students in the class today, except for Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong, were all absent. They had probably gone out to train. Qin Fangyang, on the other hand, was standing on the podium with his hands behind his back. Seeing Sui Xiaoduo appear at the door, Qin Fangyang turned to look at him. Sui Xiaoduo suddenly felt a pressure greater than a mountain coming at him. After Qin Fangyang's breakthrough, the aura that flowed out of him was even thicker, especially when facing Sui Xiaoduo. It was as if he didn't restrain himself at all. He looked as if he was going to crush this guy into pieces. Sui Xiaoduo instantly felt that he was half a head shorter. Do you feel like you've broken through today? Qin Fangyang's face was solemn, and his eyes were heavy, but one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. No. No. Sui Xiaoduo panicked. It seemed that he couldn't avoid today's beating. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. It was better to be straightforward than to be in pain for a long time. Sui Xiaoduo turned around with a heroic face, stuck out his butt, and assumed a standard posture of being beaten. He said, "Teacher Qin, I know you're going to teach me a lesson again. Come on, let's be straightforward and give me a quick one." Qin Fangyang was stunned. "I didn't want to beat you up today. It must have been hard on you. Your posture of being beaten was so perfect." Looking at this but, it was obvious that it had been tempered thousands of times and experienced countless times. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Wan Lixiu and the others were immediately amused by Sui Xiaoduo's strange and familiar movements, as well as the popular and suggestive posture, and they all held their bellies in laughter. "Stand up." Qin Fangyang's face darkened. "I don't want to beat you up today. All of you, remove all the weights on your bodies. I'll give you an hour to familiarize yourselves with your current state. After that, follow me to the testing room." Testing room. Long Yuxing and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. The testing room was a place to test one's strength after breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Why would we have to go there now? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, but his heart was already very excited. Each of these little fellows had already suppressed their cultivation 3 or 4 times. Qin Fangyang had only helped to suppress it twice. Now that he was going to test it, it should be about the same. Long Yuxing and the others were hesitant, but their hands didn't slow down. They quickly removed the weights, and immediately, the floor was in a mess. Only Sui Xiaoduo was still undoing it. The weights on his body were much more than the others. His fingers, wrists, elbows, shoulders, arms, back, abdomen, waist, buttocks, thighs, calves, there were weights everywhere. On the surface, all the weights were removed. Sui Xiaoduo seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then he took off his shoes. This guy's toes were also tied with weights, and he slowly removed them. However, it didn't matter if he took off his shoes. What the? Wan Lixiu covered her nose and rushed out. Immediately, Long Yuxing shouted, "Oh no! There's poison. It's highly toxic. Brothers, let's run." Covering his nose, he took the lead and rushed out. The others also rushed out of the door in a hurry. Only Zhou Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang were left in the room with an innocent face, and a certain smell that permeated the whole space. Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. If I didn't see you taking off your shoes with my own eyes, I would have thought that we were at a salted fish manufacturing base by the sea. Zhou Xiaoduo, you. Don't you take a bath? I take a bath every night. Zhou Xiaoduo said as if he had been wronged, but every morning, I run here while carrying 4,000 pounds, and stand on one leg to read my fortune. This. Qin Fangyang shook his head. He finally couldn't stand it and quickly walked out. Quickly finish it and throw it out to disperse the smell, this smell. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo finally came out with a relaxed body. After removing all the weights, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was almost flying. Even when he walked, he could feel the empty air in his pants, and the wind was whistling. Probably because of the weight, everyone wore clothes that were 2 sizes too big. The few people outside also had a look of novelty on their faces as they bounced and jumped. They all felt that they had become experts in an instant and were insufferably arrogant. They were extremely excited and overjoyed. An hour of relaxation time was enough for everyone to familiarize themselves with their current state. However, the wonderful time was always fleeting, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Qin Fangyang led the way in front and went to the testing room. At the entrance of the testing room, Luo Lai was already waiting there. Have you arranged it? Qin Fangyang asked. Yes. All the teaching staff have been chased out by me. I have also cut off the power of all the monitoring equipment to ensure that there will be no relevant records of today's test. Luo Lai said. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, Li Changlong. Yes. Go in and do a check to confirm the situation that Teacher Luo said. Yes. Seeing Li Changlong go in, Luo Lai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fangyang, do you have to not believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want any accidents. Qin Fangyang said seriously, for some things, the more confident you are, the better. Luo Lai could only smile bitterly. The caution that Qin Fangyang displayed at this moment had already reached a considerable level. Li Changlong ran out, Teacher Qin, Teacher Luo is right. Then let's go in. Qin Fangyang and Luo Lai led the way in. As they walked, Qin Fangyang instructed, Old Luo, regarding the test data of these kids, you must destroy it on the spot. Not a single bit can be leaked. Luo Lai nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Although he said that, in reality, he didn't really understand. At least, he didn't understand why Qin Fangyang was so serious. It seemed like he was making a big fuss over a small issue. They were just a few martial master kids. Was there a need to be so serious? The few of them entered the testing room. The first thing that caught their eyes were a few machines. This is to test the attack strength of a martial master. 5,000 Jin. Luo Lai said. However, Qin Fangyang didn't stop walking. He walked all the way to the testing machine for Xiantian cultivators. It was also a target, but there was a screen above it. With one punch, the accuracy of the attack strength could be instantly calculated. This is a testing machine that only Xiantian cultivators can use. Luo Lai frowned and said, These kids haven't reached the Xiantian realm. There's no point in using this to test them. The starting point of this machine is 8,000 Jin. We'll use this to test them. Qin Fangyang said decisively. Then, he thought for a moment and said, I think it might not be enough. Hearing this, Luo Lai's facial muscles twitched. A punch of 5,000 Jin is the standard of a peak martial master. It has to be at least 8,000 Jin to be considered a minor Xiantian. And a punch of 10,000 Jin is the true starting point of Enchanting cultivator's strength. Luo Lai advised earnestly, the lower limit of this machine is 8,000 Jin. Teacher Qin, it doesn't matter if you can hit them or not. However, if you hurt the student's self-esteem, that's not good. What's the upper limit of this machine? Qin Fangyang patted the strength testing machine. 100,000 Jin. Qin Fangyang's eyes looked at the few of them and said, Wanli Xiu, you go first. Everyone get ready. We'll test 2 rounds. Okay. Wanli Xiu took a step forward. In this position, use the mountain steps and concentrate all your strength. When you punch, you must hit the target. Understood. Wanli Xiu concentrated and suddenly got into a fighting stance. With a loud roar, her fist rushed out like a muffled thunder. The moment she punched, her beautiful hair suddenly flew back as if it was hit by a hurricane. Just by looking at this stance, Luo Lai, who was an expert in cultivation, immediately blurted out, damn. This kind of momentum, even if it was a Xiantian cultivator, very few of them would be able to do it. Boom! Wanli Xiu heavily punched the bullseye. With a clang, the big iron ball that was hanging on the sides suddenly bounced up. It was pulled up by a spring for 3.5 feet. It even stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down with a loud bang. At the side, Luo Lai's mouth suddenly opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. On the screen, the numbers rose and fell like a tide. Finally, it stopped at a number. 58,500 Jin. Li Chenglong, record. Qin Fangyang's voice was very rigid. It was neither sad nor happy. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of gratification. Some time ago, he had passed on the torch and burned himself. This kind of instilling without sparing any cost had produced good results. These people's foundation was good. Moreover, he had spared no expense in instilling them. Their starting point had already far surpassed other martial masters and even Xiantian cultivators. Qin Fangyang knew this in his heart. However, to be able to hit such a number was enough to prove Wanli Xiu's usual efforts. His instilling was not worthy of Qin Fangyang's pride. However, Wanli Xiu's own efforts made Qin Fangyang deeply feel that it was worth it. He was very gratified. In the end, he did not let down his efforts. Yes. Li Chenglong neatly recorded this number on a small piece of paper he had brought. Wanli Xiu, 58,500 Jin. Wanli Xiu maintained her punching posture. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. When the number stopped, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. It still did not break through 60,000 Jin. Just a little bit more. What a pity. She sighed softly. Luo Lai opened his eyes wide. He looked at Wanli Xiu as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this Wanli Xiu? Why does she look like she is not satisfied? Luo Lai was almost going crazy with this situation. Chapter 236. For ordinary martial arts school students, even if they reached the Xiantian realm or even the peak of the Xiantian realm, the most outstanding ones would only be able to reach a strength of 60,000 to 70,000. And for those who could reach that level, they would at least be at the peak of the Xiantian realm. They would be walking the path of thorns, or had already started walking the path of thorns, or had even finished walking the path of thorns. Oh, and there was another level. Only boys could do it. Girls. Since the establishment of the second high school, there had never been anyone who could reach such a strength in the Xiantian realm. Now, this girl in front of him could actually punch out a strength of 58,500 Jin when she was at the peak of the martial master realm and had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why did Qin Fangyang have to be so cautious? For such a genius, even if he had to be more cautious, it was only right. Amazing! Amazing! Luo Lai clapped his hands and looked at Wan Lixio with admiration from the bottom of his heart. You are indeed amazing. Teacher Qin, Luo Lai, am truly impressed by you. Qin Fangyang's mouth curved slightly. Admire? It was still too early for you to admire her now. Long Yuxing. Here. Go. Yes. Long Yuxing stepped forward and stood at the same position as Wan Lixio. He looked at the target in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he shouted and punched out. With a loud bang, the big metal ball bounced up 4.5 feet with a bang. It also stopped for a moment before falling down again. Luo Lai's eyes bulged. At this moment, a terrifying and absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these 6 people were all such geniuses? They all had similar strength. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and only heard about it, he would have thought that it was absurd. But the reality was right in front of him. His heart was filled with fear and shock. 83,700 Jin. Li Chenglong took out a small notebook to record. Long Yuxing heard this and widened his eyes. Looking at this number, he did not know if he was relieved or regretful. Wan Lixio pouted and looked at Long Yuxing. This guy, he actually hid his strength. His usual performance was about the same, but now his performance in the strength test was so much better than mine. Then. Yu Moyan. Here. Go. Another loud bang was heard. Li Chenglong's record, Yu Moyan, 82,700 Jin. Next was Li Zhongming. 82,000 caddies. Finally, it was Li Chenglong's turn. Swollen gathered all his strength into his hands. With a roar, he also threw out a punch and directly punched out an impressive value of 85,000 pounds. This number had astonishingly surpassed everyone present. At this moment, not only Luo Lai, but even Qin Fangyang looked over in astonishment. Long Yuxing and the others glared at him with dissatisfaction. Swollen was so arrogant now. They really wanted to beat him up. Seeing that his swollen vanity had been satisfied like never before, he opened his mouth wide and cupped his fists in a bow, laughing incomparably infuriatingly. Thank you for letting me win, please excuse my ridicule. Qin Fangyang stood at the side with his arms crossed and said expressionlessly, let's do it again and confirm that the data is accurate. Luo Lai hurriedly stopped him. Let's do it again later. Isn't there still one more? Sua Xiao Duo hasn't tried yet. The previous 5 people, no matter which one it was, could already be considered an unprecedented peerless genius in Phoenix City. Luo Lai was really curious. As the leader of these 5 people, what level was Sua Xiao Duo at now? Qin Fangyang ignored him and immediately ordered the second round to begin. Originally, they had to do it twice, but after Qin Fangyang looked at it twice, he muttered to himself and let them do it a third time. Long Yuxing and the others all did it 3 times and took the average of the 3 times as the final judging data. However, everyone's results were about the same as the first punch. The difference was similar. Qin Fangyang finally nodded. Then, it was Sua Xiaoduo's turn to go on stage. Sua Xiaoduo, you come to this machine. Qin Fangyang walked to the side of the embryonic breathing realm strength testing machine and patted it. Luo Lai's head was full of sweat. Teacher Qin, this machine has a starting point of 100,000. This is a testing machine that can only be done by at least the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Sua Xiaoduo is a peerless genius, but you don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the show. Qin Fangyang arranged for Sua Xiaoduo. Stand here and punch. Oh right, don't use any special martial arts to increase your attack power. Xiaoduo nodded and walked over step by step. He stood still and took a deep breath. His gaze became unprecedentedly sharp and focused on the little red dot on the target in front of him. The others were surprised to find that Xiaoduo's whole body seemed to have swollen. His whole body seemed to have doubled in size. Woof woof. Xiaoduo exhaled and let out a roar that sounded like thunder. It was a very imposing manner. But this sound almost made everyone's soul fly out of their bodies. Luo Lai, who was paying special attention to Xiaoduo's movements, felt his scalp go numb and his back turn cold. He almost had an orgasm. Fuck, did he have to be so different? Even when he exhaled, it was a wolf instead of a wolf. However, at this moment, Xiaoduo had already lunged forward and punched. His fist was like a sledgehammer that could split the sky and earth. It smashed hard on the testing machine's target. With a loud bang, the entire testing machine was shaken back and forth by this huge impact. It made a cracking sound. The random big metal ball suddenly rose 4.5 feet and spun in the air. It stayed in the air for a full 3 seconds before falling down. Crash. The numbers on the screen were like a waterfall pouring down. Luo Lai subconsciously moved closer. At this moment, he felt that his eyes had gone blind. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He squeezed his eyes hard and moved closer to take a look. The numbers had not changed at all. They were shining brightly. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Luo Lai said repeatedly. He only had one feeling now. What did I just see? Did I witness a miracle? Or was it a miracle? The numbers displayed on the screen were especially dazzling. It was 299,100 pounds. Long Yuxing and the rest were all stunned. Wan Lixiu looked at the number that she had punched out, which was 58,500 pounds. She could not help but have the urge to cry. Was the difference so big? She had trained so hard and worked so hard day and night. In the end, the punch that she had punched out was not even a fraction of the other person's. Even if this person was Zhua, it should not have been like this. Everyone present fell into a silent atmosphere. Even Qin Fangyang's pupils couldn't help but abruptly shrink. Although he already had some guesses about Xiaoduo's current level, he was still shocked by this number. It was too high. It was unexpectedly high. In the martial master realm, he had actually punched out 299,100 pounds of attack power. What was the difference between this and an attack power of 300,000 pounds? No wonder. Qin Fangyang pondered in his heart. No wonder Xiaoduo could use hidden weapons. Such a fragile hidden weapon made of jade could directly injure 2 embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Moreover, it penetrated deep into their muscles and damaged their meridians. If he did not have this kind of attack power, how could it be explained? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, as if this result was nothing special. He said indifferently, "Give me 2 more punches." All right. After 2 loud bangs, the number was fixed. The second punch, 298,700 pounds. When it came to the third punch, which was also the last punch, the final number was a terrifying 299,999 pounds. The big metal ball flew up 5 feet and spun rapidly at the top. It almost flew out. Luo Lai's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, only 1 pound away from breaking the record. My God! Such an eye-catching number, are you writing a novel? Full of shock, he turned his head again and focused his attention on Xiaoduo, the monster. He saw this guy walk to the middle of Long Yuxing and the other 4 people. He sighed sadly, failure. It actually did not reach 300,000 pounds. The starting number is only 2. Compared to your 5 and 8, it is far worse. I am very disappointed. The faces of the 5 people twitched as they looked at Swa Duo as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, there were only 2 words in their minds. Despicable. How despicable can you be? They really did not want to bother with him and turned their heads. Despicable. Luo Lai cursed in his heart. He finally turned his head and patted the testing machine. He sighed, this testing machine is really good. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can it not be good? If there was even a little bit of slack, it would have exploded today. It is indeed not bad. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, the performance of the 5 of you is not far from my expectations. It can be considered as a pass. Swa Duo and the others nodded in unison, their faces filled with joy. Luo Lai turned his head away. His face was extremely twisted in a place where no one could see. He cursed in his heart, this is the fucking act tough king. I have lived my whole life, and today I have witnessed the birth of the second high school's act tough king. Qin Fangyang's acting tough is enough to be written into the second high school's textbooks. He has produced a group of unprecedented geniuses. One of them might even be a peerless demon in the entire continent. But from his mouth, he only said, it's considered a pass. What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Luo Lai swallowed the inexplicable vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. He tried his best to restrain the urge to rush up and beat Qin Fangyang up. I can't go up. I can't beat him. I want to act tough like this for once in my life. Luo Lai complained in his heart. I guess the chances are slim. Today's results only represent the hard work you have put in the past. Qin Fangyang said, remember your own values and go back to practice. You can go directly to the gravity room. Swa Duo, you can enter the 50x gravity room now. Yes, Teacher Qin. Don't forget to wear weights. Yes. Got it. All of you can leave now. Qin Fangyang waved his hand and shooed the 6 of them out as if he was shooing flies. He closed the door and turned around. Luo Lai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, longing, jealousy. Qin Fangyang could see it all. Old Luo, how was it? The students had already left, so Qin Fangyang did not continue to hold on. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He smiled at Luo Lai, these few students of mine, do you think they are still passable? I'm ashamed to say that with my teaching standards, this is the best I can do. Qin Fangyang sighed, I'm ashamed. You only wanted the wife of Lai Hua to accompany you for a drink, a song, and a dance. Wu Taijiang slapped his thigh and almost burst into tears, then. In front of millions of troops on both sides, you chased after Lai Hua for his wife. However, Lai Hua couldn't say anything. The bet was a person, but there was no stipulation on who it was. Later, Lai Hua found a middleman and almost begged you to release all of our people. He even compensated you with 10 rings filled with 100 cubic meters of things. Only then did he redeem his wife. He made a bet with others and then lost his wife. From then on, Lai Hua became the laughingstock of the entire Umno alliance. That guy was also a person who cared about his face. He didn't appear at all. It was equivalent to eliminating 2 big enemies for us at once. Lai Hua and his wife, ha ha ha. The more Wu Taijiang talked, the happier he was. Zhuo Chonglu stopped him several times, but Wu Taijiang turned a deaf ear. This matter was so funny and so satisfying. Every time Wu Taijiang talked about it, he had to finish it. Otherwise, his thoughts wouldn't be clear and he wouldn't feel good. According to Wu Taijiang, he could talk about this joke for the rest of his life. He was counting on this joke to survive. Brother Zhua, just say it. What else do you want? Just say it. Anyway, I won't bet with you. Wu Taijiang said seriously, for what you have done over the years, Wu Taijiang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You really want to give it to me? Zhua Chonglu's smile was very sly. I'll give it to you. Wu Taijiang said firmly. Well, Xiaonian's defense is still a so-so. Zhua Chonglu said, go to your aunt and take her clothes. Puff. Wu Taijiang spat out a mouthful of tea on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhua Chonglu pinched his philtrum and kicked him, but he didn't wake up. Wu Taijiang was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. So what if he fainted? Just you wait. Zhua Chonglu was furious. Wu Taijiang, I told you to eat every day and not do anything. It's just a piece of clothing. You. Wu Taijiang opened his eyes and said angrily, if you want that piece of clothing, why don't you go get it yourself? Go find my aunt and take it off for her. You want me to go? How many lives do you think I have? Zhua Chonglu was also angry. Me? Go by myself. How many lives do you think I have? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Taijiang coughed. Yes, Brother Zhua didn't have it easy either. The two stopped talking and thought about their own problems. After a long time, they sighed at the same time, feeling a little dispirited. Oh right, why did Gu Luoyan come to Phoenix City? Wu Taijiang asked casually. She might not have wanted to come. Zhua Chonglu sighed softly and said lightly, but it's possible. Now is the time when the wind and clouds are gathering. Gu Luoyan is also a phoenix. Since the wind and clouds are gathering, even if she doesn't want to come, she will be pushed here. She just came to see. Who's better and who's worse? Zhua Chonglu smiled helplessly. You know, when dragons meet, I'm afraid they won't pay attention to each other. It's normal for them to brush past each other. But when phoenixes meet, there must be a winner. Let's see if your daughter can win. Wu Taijiang curled his lips and suddenly had a thought. Brother Zhua, is your daughter the daughter of you and my aunt? Then you brought her here. Ho ho ho. Before he could finish, Zhua Chonglu covered his mouth and said sternly in a low voice, bullshit. How can you say that? Wu Taijiang almost suffocated. When Zhua Chonglu finally let go, Wu Taijiang was panting, but his face was full of fear. Hurry up and get to work. Zhua Chonglu didn't dare to chat with this guy anymore. You call that a fucking mouth? How dare you talk about everything? After you're done hammering, you should hurry up and leave. I'm seeing more and more of you now. You call that a fucking mouth? Zhua Chonglu had a headache. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome, super troublesome. While Zhua Chonglu and Wu Taijiang were chatting, Meng Tianyue's dinner party finally welcomed guests. The whole Ting family was dressed up and came to the banquet in advance. Chapter 238. Cloud Pavilion was located next to the Meng family's headquarters. Ting Guangyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that when his family arrived, Meng Tianyu's family was already waiting at the entrance. Ha 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 ha. Brother Ting, long time no see. Meng Tianyu's enthusiasm made Ting Guangyuan feel as though he was in a dream. He was so surprised that he was about to go silly. For a while, he could not help but smile. Shaking his fat body, he quickly ran over and extended his hands from a distance. His fat face bloomed like a flower. Chief Meng, Chief Meng. Chief Meng, haha. You are too polite, too polite. Meng Tian had a scholarly air with a kind smile on his face. On the other side, Ting Hao looked at the outstanding beauty Meng Yu. His eyes were glued to her, and he could not take his eyes off her. Meng Yu frowned, her face filled with disgust. Please, please, please. You are an honored guest today. This must be younger sister, right? Haha, younger sister and my brother truly are a match made in heaven. Please, please, let us speak inside. The Meng family warmly invited the Ting family into Cloud Pavilion. They sat in the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Although Ting Guangyuan was the head of a bureau and had a bit of authority, when had he ever received such treatment in his life? The elevator slowly ascended, and Phoenix City appeared before their eyes one floor at a time. Ting Guangyuan's face was reserved, as though he had already become accustomed to this. Introducing this and that to his son and wife, he acted as though he was passing judgment. What did they see on this floor? What did they see this time? What did they see on the next floor? This is a true sightseeing elevator. It is intimately connected with all the surrounding buildings. Only the corresponding scenery can be seen on each floor. Layers upon layers of power were intense to the extreme. But at the top floor, the scenery is limitless. Legend has it that there was once a poet who wrote a poem specifically for this elevator. Ting Guangyuan recited, thousands of sceneries, tens of thousands of styles, each floor has its own view, and this is the only building in the clouds. Smiling, he said, this is Cloud Pavilion. It can be said to be second to none in our Phoenix City. It is the most high-end place. This was also the first time the mother and son had seen such a scene. Their eyes were completely dazzled, and they repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Meng Yu, however, felt even more impatient. Is there something wrong with my father's brain? Why did he attract these three bumpkins? Looking at the way this country bumpkin entered the city, it was really that the top floor of the Yunduan Pavilion was a huge space. There were already more than a dozen people in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, leisurely drinking coffee or sipping red wine as they watched the magnificent scenery. They were Master Feng and the other Qi gazers. Meng Tianyue did not look in that direction. She was still eagerly greeting the Ting family and enthusiastically leading them to the table in the middle. As soon as they sat down, a clatter was heard around the table, and a curtain made of fist-sized pearls fell and fluttered around them. For a moment, the light refracted the pearls, making them look like a dream. Ting Guangyuan's wife couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes already filled with intoxication. Bring the wine. Meng Tianyue clapped her hands. At this moment, Master Feng, who was sitting by the window, suddenly widened his eyes and turned pale. Sitting here, his mission was to look again and confirm Ting Hao's identity. Now that he saw it clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. No. That's not it. He found the wrong person. The young man he saw today and the young man he saw that day were two completely different people. What was going on? Master Feng's face was covered in cold sweat, and the people around him also looked over. After all, they had also seen the Ting Hao from that day. Brother Feng, this doesn't seem right. It was unknown whether the person who spoke was worried, surprised, or taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. That day. It clearly wasn't this kid. Could it be that Chief Meng found the wrong person? This shouldn't be. Inside, the dishes had already begun to be served. Meng Tianyue appeared to be even more amiable, attentively giving way to others. The sounds of laughter and chatter continued, toasting and toasting each other. The entire atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. As for Meng Tian, he furrowed his brow. Looking at Ting Hao's uneasy face, he especially looked at Meng Yu's intoxicated and self-inferior face. This was not right, right? This kind of person had great fortune on him. Smiling, he stood up and apologetically said, I have a phone call. Please go ahead, please go ahead. Ting Guangyuan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Meng Qiantian took out his phone and placed it next to his ear. Then he walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng and the others. Before he reached Master Feng, he saw his pale face. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Quickly walking over, he lowered his voice and asked, What happened? This. It's not. Beads of sweat appeared on Master Feng's face. This is not the person I was talking about. It's not. Meng Qiantian's eyes widened, but this Ting Hao. There's only one in the school, this kid. And Ting Guangyuan also only has this one son. It's really not the one I was talking about. Master Feng was already on the verge of tears. This mistake was not small. He had instructed the Meng family to look for the wrong person. Meng Qiantian's face immediately became gloomy. Then who is it? I also don't know. Master Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The Ting Hao I saw that day was definitely not the young man in front of me. His heart was filled with hatred. That bastard I met that day actually gave me a fake name and a fake school. Just what kind of deep grudge do I have with you? I've only just arrived at Phoenix City, and you've already dug such a huge pit for me. This pit is going to kill me. Meng Qiantian's gaze instantly became like a poisonous snake. You. What do you mean? Master Feng was on the verge of tears. That day, I really met an extraordinary young man. Yes, there are others who can testify. The three of you. You have to testify for me. That day, I really met one, and then. The other three also had sweat on their foreheads. Helpless, they stood up and stammered, It's true. That day, I really met such a young man. And then Brother Feng. He explained everything that happened that day in detail, but in his heart, he already hated this Master Feng to the core. You fucker. That day, you flirted with him with your cheap mouth, but you didn't know that you were flirted with by him. Today, you even dragged us into this pit. Now that you've made a fool of yourself, how are you going to clean up this mess? Are you sure? Meng Qiantian also felt sick and tired. He had always maintained good self-restraint, but at this moment, it was on the verge of collapse. His handsome face was somewhat distorted, and his demeanor was gone. The Qi Watchers were ready, and all the tools were ready. The Ning clan was also ready to cooperate. All the experts of the two clans were ready. They were just waiting for the blood to be drawn, and then they would act separately. But at this juncture, you're telling me that you found the wrong person. That means you're wrong from the root. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. I'm sure. It's not. Master Feng no longer dared to look at Meng Qiantian's face. His face was probably starting to smoke, right? Meng Qiantian did not say another word. He turned around and walked back. Master Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have collapsed as he sat down on his butt. He only felt his entire body turn cold and was trembling non-stop. The others all looked at him with resentment, but Master Feng couldn't care less. He was only thinking about one thing. This time, would he be able to walk out of Phoenix City alive? Meng Qiantian walked through the curtain and whispered a few words into Meng Tianyue's ear. Meng Tianyue's face immediately changed. She raised her cup and stared blankly for a moment. Her eyes instantly turned gloomy. She then put down her cup and walked out with a gloomy face. She actually didn't say anything to Deputy Bureau Chief Ting, who was still enthusiastically chatting with her and calling her brother just a moment ago. Ting Guangyuan was full of smiles as he raised his wine cup with both hands. But when he saw Meng Tianyue suddenly stand up and leave, he naturally couldn't help but be stunned. This was a bit rude, right? He smiled embarrassedly and sat back down on his chair as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, rich people have bad tempers. 3 seconds ago, they were calling me brother intimately. Meng Tianyue quickly walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng with large strides. Master Feng was already weak all over, like a sow sifting through chaff. Looking at Meng Tianyue's wolf-like steps, he was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. It's not. How could it not be? Meng Tianyue's expression was like a storm. No. It's not. It's really not. It's really not. Meng Tianyue nodded. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Master Feng's face, then pointed again. She then took a deep breath, turned around and walked back. Master Feng sat down and felt his whole body stiffen. There were only 2 words left in his mind. It's over. It's over. It's over. Meng Tianyue walked all the way back. Her footsteps became heavier and heavier, and her expression became gloomier and gloomier. Suddenly, all the negative emotions that had been accumulated during this period of time exploded. This place was on fire. This place was robbed. This place was killed. This place was suddenly killed. This place was swept away, and every day, no, almost every hour, there was a lot of bad news coming in. Out of his own children, 14 of them had been confirmed dead until today. Today, he thought that he had grasped onto a life-saving straw and was actively preparing for it, but it turned out to be a fake. A fake. And it was really like a stone sinking into the sea. I have been preparing for it the whole night and the whole day. I have been smiling apologetically until now. My face is stiff. I have never been so aggrieved in my life. Who do you think I, Meng Tianyue, am? Meng Tianyue finally could not hold it in anymore. She had just walked through the curtain, but she really let out a roar that had been suppressed to the extreme. It was like a wolf king that had been betrayed and left at the end of the road, letting out a final howl. Chapter 239. Big Brother Meng. What's wrong with you? Deputy Bureau Chief Ting, who had no idea what was going on, tried to persuade her with a smile, calm down, calm down. Obviously, this Deputy Bureau Chief Ting, who thought he was a big shot, really thought too highly of himself. Meng Tianyue breathed heavily and stared at Ting Guangyuan's face. After a while, she suddenly squeezed out a vicious smile and said word by word, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Big Brother Meng? Do you deserve it?" Ting Guangyuan was stunned. His red and fat face turned pale as he stared at Meng Tianyue. Ting Guangyuan naturally didn't deserve to call him Big Brother Meng based on his inherent knowledge and status. However, it was you, the richest man in the world, who condescended to show your sincerity by repeatedly calling him younger brother. Only then did you call him Big Brother Meng. You have been calling him Big Brother Meng all this while. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Deputy Bureau Chief Ting really didn't know how to react. Just when Deputy Bureau Chief Ting was at a loss, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his face. A glass of wine was splashed on his face, dripping down. You motherfucker. Meng Tianyu's suppressed emotions finally exploded. She slammed the table and cursed, "Who do you think you are? You damned fatty who was struck by lightning, what qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? Do you know who I am? Fuck you, damn fatty. Trash. Bastard. Your whole family is bastards. Do you know? Bastard. Ha." Meng Tianyue picked up a big bowl of fish soup and smashed it on Ting Guangyuan's face. Then, all kinds of dishes were placed on the face of Ting Guangyuan, who was just a little brother to Ting Guangyuan. She cursed while smashing his face. She cursed viciously. What dirty! What evil! She chose these words to curse. Ting Guangyuan stood there and was stunned. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but he did not expect such a reversal. His mind was in a daze. He was still thinking, what is going on? From the time he asked me out last night until now. He had been so affectionate the entire time. What was going on? It wasn't until the 13th dish hit his face that Ting Guangyuan came to his senses. He hurriedly wiped his face and said angrily, "What are you doing?" As for his wife and son, they were still in a state of shock and stupefaction. He was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. He didn't know what was going on at all. How did things change so suddenly? He didn't know how to deal with it and how to face it. Meng Tianyu had gone completely mad. Because of this sudden outburst of emotions, he could no longer control himself. He cursed loudly while grabbing Ting Guangyuan's hair and fiercely pulled him over. Then, he slapped Ting Guangyuan's face. Paw! The juice splattered everywhere. Meng Tianyu's hands also became greasy. The moment the disgusting greasy feeling touched his hands, Meng Tianyu became even more furious. He slapped Ting Guangyuan again and again, "Motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucker. How dare you dirty my hands? You are a maggot in a dung pit. You are a cuckold son of a bitch." At this moment, Ting Hao finally reacted. He roared and said angrily, "Stop. What right do you have to hit my dad? What right do I have to hit your dad?" Meng Tianyu was stunned. Then, he roared again, "Because I am rich. Because I am the richest man in Phoenix City. Hit your dad. So what if I hit your dad? So what if I hit your dad? If I hit him, would he dare to hit me back? Would he dare?" He shook Ting Guangyuan's head and laughed, "Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son, do you dare? Talk to me. Do you dare to hit me back?" Ting Guangyuan was really beaten senseless this time, but he was still very clear about one thing. Although he didn't understand what was going on today that caused the current situation to take a turn for the worse, one thing was certain. Today, he and his family were facing a life and death crisis. If something went wrong, it would be difficult to save the lives of the entire family. Hearing Meng Tianyu's words, Ting Guangyuan shook his head and forced a smile. "No. I don't dare. You don't dare to hit me back." Meng Tianyu slapped him again. Ting Guangyuan's mouth was bleeding, but he still shook his head and said humbly, "I don't dare." Another slap. Meng Tianyu asked in a tyrannical tone, "Did I hit you well? Answer me, you hit me well. You hit me well. Paw. Is it good for me to hit you? Great. Paw. Did you feel good when I hit you?" "Yes." Meng Tianyu laughed and said fiercely, "Since you feel good, kneel down. Kneel down." Ting Guangyuan knelt down. As he knelt, blood came out of his mouth. He anxiously called out to his wife and son, "Kneel. Kneel. Quickly kneel. Kneel and kowtow." The family of 3 knelt in front of Meng Tianyu and kowtowed. "Chief Meng, you are a great person. It was I, Ting Guangyuan, who was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have. Please let our family go." Meng Tianyu was panting heavily. Looking at the family of 3 who were kowtowing to her, a tyrannical pleasure arose spontaneously. With red eyes, she grabbed Ting Guangyuan and laughed out loud. "I let you go. Who let me go? Who let me go?" Meng Tianyu shouted and punched and kicked herself. After a long, long time, she sternly said, drag him out. Drag him out. Drag him out and continue hitting him. Once you are done, throw him out. Then he sat down on a chair, exhausted. Panting, his expression was dispirited and dazed. Ever since Meng Qinyu's father had gone crazy, she had also fallen into a daze like the members of the Ting family. She had truly been completely dumbfounded. She had lived for so long, but she had never seen her father lose his temper like this before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. Seeing that Meng Tianyu had finally stopped moving, she waited for her to calm down before timidly asking, "Dad? Dad, what happened?" Meng Tianyu felt her anger dissipate like a tide. Her entire body felt weak and empty. Struggling to wave her hand, she muttered, I'm fine." Looking at the family of 3 being dragged out, she waved her hand and tiredly said, "Give them a beating and throw them out. Don't beat them to death." Today's matter, in the end, did not have the slightest relation to this family of 3. Their family was the one who had suffered an unexpected calamity, a calamity from the heavens. The Star Shield administration was currently in Phoenix City. If she killed a deputy director who was still in office, the trouble that would follow would not be small. There would be many loose ends that would need to be taken care of. Now was a critical moment. It was better to have one less problem. Thinking of this, Meng Tianyu could not help but feel some regret. Just now. She really should not have lost her temper like this. Ding-ling-ling. A cell phone rang. Dad. A phone call for you. Meng Qinyude handed over the phone. The caller ID flickered, and the name Ning Suifeng entered her eyes. Meng Tianyu lay in her chair, exhausted. Her eyes stared at this name for a long time before she bitterly smiled and picked up the phone. On the other side, Ning Suifeng's voice was a bit urgent. Brother Meng, when will we begin? Meng Tianyu was speechless for a while. Hearing the hopeful tone, she did not know what to say. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and quietly said, Brother Ning, you found the wrong person. This Ting Hao is not the target. The other side of the phone also fell silent. It was as though even breathing had stopped at this moment. After a while, Ning Suifeng's voice was hoarse to the extreme. Not the target. Brother Meng, this. What do you mean by not the target? The meaning is, this Ting Hao is not the person we are looking for. Forcing it is completely useless. After saying this, Meng Tianyu closed her eyes. The current him was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He had a feeling that he did not want to do anything and did not want to care about anything. He wanted to immediately wander the world and end his life. He truly was too tired. Ning Suifeng said a few more things, but Meng Tianyu's hand had already dropped. The phone fell to the ground with a clang, and her face was extremely pale. She stood up shakily and muttered, Chen Tian. I will leave this matter to you to manage. Yes. Meng Tianyu walked out shakily with her head lowered. At this moment, this tycoon who had once commanded the winds and clouds of the Central Plains, the richest man in Phoenix City, was like an old man about to enter the coffin. She was filled with a sense of decay and bleakness. Dad! Meng Qinyue worriedly called out. Following this, she anxiously chased after him. Meng Tian's face was gloomy as he arrived at the window. Facing Master Feng and the others, he spoke with a voice that did not allow for any questioning. Now! The 4 of you! Go out immediately and find that person. No matter what method you use, you must find that person. I will tell you clearly, if you cannot find him, your entire family, no one should even think about living. Meng Tian's gaze was like a poisonous snake, coldly sweeping past, even if it is a dog, a chicken, or an ant. Don't even think about being lucky. Master Feng stood up shakily. Young Master Meng. Go. Meng Chen Tian pointed at the door. I will only give you one day. At this time tomorrow, either you bring that person here, or I will take your heads and go find your entire family to settle the score. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Get out and search. A few Qi-gazing warriors immediately rushed out in panic. And you guys. Meng Chen Tian pointed at the remaining Qi watchers who were rejoicing that this had nothing to do with them. All of you, go. What is the point of keeping you? All of you, go out and search. If you can't find him, you will all die. A Qi watcher mustered up his courage and said, Young Master Meng, this matter has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. Meng Chen Tian's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. With a light crack, he had already pulled off the head of the person who was 7 meters away. Tossing it up and down in his hand, he sneered, Now, does it have anything to do with us? Chapter 240. Yes. Yes. The other Qi watchers were scared out of their wits. Then why aren't you scrambling to find him? Meng Chen Tian shouted. The few Qi watchers were scared witless as they rushed out. Each of them had pale faces. Fuck. Just a moment ago, they were all guests of honor, but now, they were even worse than dogs that everyone's first thought was to hate Master Feng to the core. Is there something wrong with this Feng guy's brain? Originally, it was fine, but you just had to say something like that and cause trouble for everyone. Now, where are we going to find him? In a city with 3 to 4 million people, finding one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Is this even a job for a human? We don't know his appearance, we only know that he is 17 or 18 years old. That we don't know his surname, his name, where he lives, and even where he goes to school. That even if it's Star Shield, there's nothing they can do about it. Isn't this just asking for our lives? Then. Everyone was shrouded in fear. This Meng Chen Tian is too ruthless. He is a completely different person from his usual self. The scene just now was as sinister as an evil spirit, as ruthless as a demon. He did not seem like a normal person at all. At the entrance of Yunduan Pavilion, 3 people who were beaten so badly that their faces could not be seen were thrown out by the people in the pavilion. The moment they landed, blood splattered far away. These 3 people's injuries were not light. They were already on the verge of death. The passers-by who passed by Yunduan Pavilion were all shocked. They all scattered far away. No one dared to go forward to check. The people who were beaten up by Yunduan Pavilion must have offended the Meng Corporation. In Phoenix City, there were not many people who dared to offend the Meng Corporation. After a long time, Tingguang Yuan finally woke up from his coma. He crawled to his feet and used 2 fingers to pry open his swollen eyelids. He looked left and right. His son and wife were still alive. Repeatedly kowtowing was still useful in the end. The situation just now and Meng Tianyue's expression let Tingguang Yuan know that if he retorted, his family of 3 would be dead on the spot. Help! Tingguang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and began to call for help. God bless him, he didn't die. Meng Tianyue. Fuck your ancestors. You humiliated me like this today. Tormented me like this. What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this? I worked so hard for the Meng group, and this is what I get in return. You invited me over so enthusiastically just to humiliate me. Just to humiliate me in front of my wife and son. Hit me. I'm not done with you. Does your Meng group have information on me? Do you have something on me? Don't tell me that I don't have your weaknesses. If the worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and destroy each other. I'm barefooted, so why should I be afraid of you guys who are wearing shoes? Help! Tingguang Yuan shouted again with all his might. We dined and dashed. We didn't bring any money. We were beaten up badly. Can someone please call an ambulance? It was lunchtime. The cafeteria. Wan Lixio generously placed a clean basket on the table. Master, please make 100 steamed buns. She handed over her meal card. Also, give me 2 bowls of meat, 10 big bones, 2 cans of chili sauce, a bowl of soup, 10 cucumbers, and 4 plates of vegetables. Any kind of vegetables will do. Just serve them as you see fit. Behind the window, the chubby master stared at the basket that might have been used to harvest pigweed at home. He subconsciously twitched, and then began to stack the steamed buns in rows. After all, he was the master of the martial arts school cafeteria. He had seen a lot of the world. The appetite of martial cultivators was far above that of ordinary people, and it was even more so for those who were at a certain stage. Even if this girl's appetite was a bit excessive, it was still acceptable. Behind her. And, behind Wan Lixio, Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were all carrying large baskets of steamed buns. In the kitchen, a few big men were working hard to knead dough. Fuck me. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Why am I assigned to knead steamed buns in the second high school cafeteria? This demand is killing me. Duong. There was a sound of someone going up the stairs. The person had not arrived, but the voice had arrived first. I want 150 steamed buns. 10 big bones, 2 bowls of meat, 5 cans of chili sauce. Oh my god, you guys hurry up. You can eat so much. Are you all pigs? Why do you all want to eat in groups? It was Master Zhua. Wan Lixio had already spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the steamed buns in front of her. Puff! 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 Then she looked at Zhua Xiaoduo proudly. Are you going to snatch it? Zhua Xiaoduo, who was about to show off his power and reach out to grab the steamed buns, suddenly widened his eyes and jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, Wan Lixio, you are good. You have balls. It's not easy to come up with such an idea. You wait, you and Long Yuxing better be careful. Wait for your master Zhua. Long Yuxing's little face suddenly fell. What does this have to do with me? Your wife angered me. Of course it has something to do with you. Zhua Xiaoduo watched Wan Lixio's steamed buns piling up higher and higher. He swallowed his saliva and felt more and more hungry. I didn't expect you, Wan Lixio, the daughter of the governor and the daughter of a rich family, to be so vicious. You actually dared to spit saliva on the steamed buns. You are really something. Zhua Xiaoduo was still indignant. If I didn't, you would snatch it. Who doesn't know your character? Wan Lixio said disdainfully. Then she handed over her meal card. Master, give me another 120 steamed buns. She even spat saliva on Long Yuxing's steamed buns. She was proud and high-spirited. Zhua Xiaoduo was fuming with anger, jumping up and down. Okay, you wait. Long Yuxing, as a man, you actually ate steamed buns that were spat saliva on. I feel ashamed for you. How can you? Disgusting. Long Yuxing rolled his eyes. That's my wife's saliva. I don't dislike it at all. Zhua Xiaoduo's anger had nowhere to vent. Yu Moyan, Li Zhangming, and Li Chenglong were also speechless. They were so hungry that their eyes were green. Now they had to eat a mouthful of dog food before they could get food. Wan Lixio turned around and asked Yu Moyan and the other two, do you want me to get food for you? Zhua Xiaoduo immediately looked at the 3 of them as if he wanted to eat them. He gritted his teeth. Yu Moyan immediately shivered. No, Zhua, you go first. Li Zhongming was also angry but didn't dare to say anything. Zhua walked up majestically and took over Wan Lixiu's position, 150. No, I'm angry today. 170. Only the knowledgeable Li Changlong's brain worked the fastest. He said, Zhua, you're usually quite smart. Why are you doing such a stupid thing now? Who are you? You're the famous Master Zhua in Phoenix City. As long as you say the word, those who want to ask you to read their fortune will prepare a lot of food. But you still want to fight with us for food. It's beneath your status, it's beneath your style, and it's a loss of the atmosphere. Sigh. It's too horrible to look at, too horrible to look at. Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned. Ha! Swollen had a point. He would take some time out every afternoon to read people's fortune. As long as he spread the word, he believed that there would be a lot of people coming to him with delicious food. He could combine eating and reading at the same time. It would save him a lot of time and he wouldn't have to fight with these people for food. This was something he could consider. But he had to wait until after today's meal. He would think about it then, that the big table that could accommodate 20 people was occupied by Zhua Xiaoduo and the other 5 people. The steamed buns on the table were piled up like a small mountain. Together with all kinds of meat dishes, it was a dazzling sight. If it were someone who didn't know the situation, they would think that this family could eat a year's worth of food. The 6 of them ate without saying a word. They all lowered their heads and stuffed the steamed buns into their mouths one by one. This scene could only be described in one sentence: 6 hungry ghosts reincarnated. When everyone had eaten 70 to 80 steamed buns, the atmosphere at the table began to thaw. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Wan Lixiu said, it just so happens that my dad hasn't been very happy recently. Why don't we all come to my house and have some fun? I'll consider it an invitation to you. Zhua Xiaoduo vigilantly covered his wallet and said, let's make it clear first. I don't have a monetary gift for you, let alone a gift. Wan Lixiu was speechless. Zhua, you're now a person who earns more than 1,000,000 yuan a day. Can you not be so stingy? Being stingy is my virtue. Zhua Xiaoduo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. You're not stingy, he's not stingy, you're not stingy. If I'm not stingy, then wouldn't we be taken advantage of for nothing? The other 5 people snorted in disdain. The level of shamelessness of these words could be said to be the highest in the world. Zhua. It's just a birthday gift. Yu Moyan reminded him, hinting at something. Zhua Xiaoduo didn't notice. He said majestically, I never give gifts to people. I never give gifts to women. Hey. Yes. I never give gifts to women, unless that woman is my wife. Zhua Xiaoduo found that he had found a reason. For a moment, he was proud. That's why I can't give Xiu a gift. It's fine if you don't have a gift. Wan Lixiu snorted and said, if you have a gift, then just do it. If you don't have a gift, then just perform a show to liven things up. How about it? Long Yuxing hurriedly raised his hand. I have a gift. After that, he looked at Zhua Xiaoduo with disdain. Yu Moyan raised his hand. I have a gift too. Then, he looked at Zhua Xiaoduo with disdain. Li Changming and Li Changlong said in unison, I'll prepare a gift. Then, they looked at Zhua Xiaoduo with disdain. Zhua Xiaoduo hesitated for a long time. It was difficult for him to choose between his wallet and his face. In the end, he felt that face was nothing. Can face be exchanged for money? Zhua Xiaoduo. What's the use of face? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. He said, I've decided. I'll prepare a small show. Chapter 241. Zwo was proud of himself as he faced the disdainful gazes. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for being so quick-witted. I'm so quick-witted. I've saved myself another few $100,000. Zwo Xiaoduo made up his mind and suddenly felt that he was in the right. His reasons became more and more overwhelming as he said, it's Xiao-er's birthday. It's not right for so many of us to perform a show. You cowards only know how to spend money and nothing else. I'll have to personally carry out this great task. This guy was actually looking down on others. Suddenly, 5 pairs of eyes rolled at the same time. This miser would rather perform a show than give a gift. This stingy guy is really stingy. How can he say that we're in the wrong? Little did they know that Zwo Xiaoduo also had his own difficulties. Was Wanli Xiu's family short of money? Obviously, they were not short of money. If I were to give her a gift of 12 million or 20,000, not only would she not like it, but I would also be heartbroken that it's a typical thankless task. Besides, if I were to give her a gift. With her status, what kind of good things have she not seen before? I, Zwo Xiaoduo, am so poor, where can I get a precious gift? She wouldn't even be interested in an ordinary gift. Or am I just waiting to embarrass myself? Now, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyin, and the others had obviously prepared a gift. Needless to say, it was Long Yuxing's fiancée's birthday. The gift would be at least a few $100,000, right? Besides, wasn't it just a show? What was there? What could there be? Everyone was so familiar with each other. Why would they care about a small show like this? Not to mention anything else, even if they went up and farted. It would also be lively. Zwo Xiaoduo's wishful thinking could be said to be loud and clear. Wanli Xiu squinted and said, Zwo, since we agreed to perform a show, you can't go back on your word. Zwo Xiaoduo patted his chest heroically and said, what are you talking about? Isn't it just a show? It's Xiao-er's birthday. We're such good classmates. Shouldn't I perform a show? As long as he could save money. Cough, cough. What I'm saying is, a real man must keep his word. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. You can't show off your martial arts skills. If you want to go up and fight with your fists and swords, you won't be able to do it. Am I, Zwo Xiaoduo, that kind of person? I have to say this in advance. I know your character quite well. Wanli Xiu did not trust Zwo Xiaoduo's integrity at all. If you say yes, then say yes. How about singing or dancing? Just choose one so that I can be mentally prepared. You can sing or dance. Really? Really? Let's seal the deal. Wanli Xiu stretched out her palm. Paw paw. Zwo Xiaoduo immediately clapped his hands to finalize the deal. He heaved a sigh of relief. He could save a lot of money. Moreover, it would save a huge sum of money. Awesome! Boss! When Li Chenglong saw that Zwo Xiaoduo had fallen into the trap, he jumped out to remind him, about this show, it's not that easy to perform. Zwo Xiaoduo did not retract his hand. He maintained the clapping position and tilted his head to look at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong laughed sinisterly. Zwo probably didn't hear what Xiu said just now. Zwo Xiaoduo vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said, what did she say? Why didn't I hear it clearly? Just now, he was so focused on the gifts and monetary gifts that he did not pay attention. Was there something else? Xiao-er is right. Her father wants to hold a big event to liven things up. That's our Phoenix City's Governor Wan, his big event. Swa, think about it, there will be a lot of people coming. At the very least, there will be a special stage for performances. Swa, oh Swa, you've been tricked. Ha 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 ha. At first, Li Chenglong sighed and looked worried for Boss Swa. But in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, taking pleasure in Boss Swa's misfortune. He slapped his thigh and tears flowed out. Io. Swa has been tricked. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. I'm dying of laughter. Swa Xiaoduo was stunned on the spot. After a while, he turned his head to look at Wan Lixiu. Wan Lixiu playfully clapped her hands and said with a smile, Boss Swa, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. This is your own choice, no one forced you. Swa Xiaoduo's face twitched. When did I become a gentleman? Why didn't I know? It doesn't matter if you're a gentleman or not. You can give me money or gifts. I can accept a monetary gift of 1 million, or a gift that is not lower than the market price. Wan Lixiu said, they are all of this level. You are the boss and should be the first, but I'm willing to accommodate you. 1 million. Swa Xiaoduo's heart trembled. Swa Xiaoduo looked at them one by one. The others met his gaze and nodded. They looked straight ahead and were confident. I don't fucking believe it. How much money do you have when you're all together? A gift of 1 million per person. Who are you trying to fool? You. Li Chenglong, how dare you say that you can easily take out 1 million? Who are you trying to fool? Swa Xiaoduo roared. Li Chenglong chuckled and explained, Boss Swa, we're not the same as we used to be. We're all rich now. The harvest from the previous experience is not only enough to meet our needs for cultivation, but also a lot of wealth. Exchange points are recognized as a hard currency, and the market value is very high. A gift of 1 million is really not difficult for me now. Swa Xiaoduo was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Immediately, he realized that Li Chenglong had become a dragon overnight. He had gained a lot from the experience. He was already a rich man. Performance, then let's perform. Swa Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and said without fear of death, what's there to be afraid of when there are more people? I'll accept it. This miser would rather give up his face than his wealth. Oh yeah. The 5 of them applauded together. Yu Moyan whistled and soared into the sky. Little did they know that Swa Xiaoduo was also suffering in the heart of a child. He only earned a little money every day. Swa Xiaoyan knew his password. That was clear. If she found out that he had spent 1 million to celebrate Wan Lixiu's birthday, just thinking about it made Swa Xiaoduo shudder and break out in cold sweat. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Tragically accepting the fact that he was about to perform in front of everyone, Swa Xiaoduo glanced at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry. He was so angry that he became bold. This guy was gloating just now. Why was he still laughing now? Are you the reincarnation of a laughing spirit? Do you think you're so great after becoming a dragon overnight? Come. Swa Xiaoduo finished the last few steamed buns in a few bites. I'll compare notes with you. Li Chenglong was stunned. His expression changed abruptly. He screamed at the top of his lungs, help. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu pretended not to see or hear anything. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan lowered their heads and ate silently. They were afraid that Swa Xiaoduo would notice them and bring disaster to them. Are you kidding? Help. Who would dare to help? That guy is a ruthless person with a punch of 300,000 pounds. Our punch is only a little more than 80,000 pounds. We can't save him even if we want to. We'll be thankful if the flames of war don't spread to us. Li Chenglong was dragged out by Swa Xiaoduo. In a moment of desperation, Li Chenglong began to expose them. Zhua, the fact that everyone gave Wan Lixiu a birthday present was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy against you. Li Qingming, Yu Moyan, and Long Yuxing conspired to come up with this idea. Yu Moyan was the mastermind, Long Yuxing was an accomplice, Li Zhongming was the one who added fuel to the fire, and I was only the one who played a supporting role. Li Chenglong betrayed his teammates desperately. Zhua, really? I'm just a small character in this matter. Even if you want to beat someone, you can't just beat me. Long Yuxing, Li Zhongming, and Yu Moyan were extremely shocked when they heard this. Disloyal. Spineless. Coward. I knew it. He's a traitor. Even when he's about to die, he still wants to drag someone down with him. Shameless. Shameless traitor. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted. Whether it's shameless or not, we'll talk about it later. The three of you, come out now. Or do you want me to drag you out? Long Yuxing screamed and quickly jumped out of the window. Yu Moyan was about to rush out as well when he felt his scalp tighten. Zhua Xiaoduo had already grabbed his hair and pulled him back. He screamed and fell onto Li Zhongming's body. The two of them rolled on the ground like gourds. Teacher Qin's hair-grabbing technique had already surpassed Zhua Xiaoduo's usage. Just when Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming were rolling on the ground, a shadow flashed again. Zhua Xiaoduo jumped in from the window like Long Yuxing. His right hand was still holding on to Long Yuxing who had just jumped out. His movements were so fast that it was shocking. Let's go down. When they went outside, they didn't talk nonsense. They left the north and south fighting things and gave them a good beating. In the end, the four of them begged for mercy and it ended. Zhua Xiaoduo finally vented his anger, but his heart was still melancholy. He had already said it in front of Wan Lixiu who was about to celebrate her birthday. If he didn't fulfill his promise, it wouldn't be right. But did he really have to perform? That seemed a little shameful. Should he go up and play the guitar? Sing a song? It wasn't impossible, but what should he sing? While thinking about it, Zhua Xiaoduo entered the 50x gravity room. After eating his fill with the dragon blood flying dagger, Zhua Xiaoduo felt his training speed increase again. Coupled with the absorption of the jade of astral souls, all the energy in his dantian gradually turned into heat energy from the flaming Sun Sutra. After the conversion, the energy in his body finally surged violently. It seemed like he was about to break through again. Zhua Xiaoduo even felt that if the energy in his body became restless this time, he wouldn't be able to resist it anymore. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel sad and depressed. Even if I have the help of a cheat, I'm still not as good as Nian Mao. How many times have I done it? Chapter 242. If I can't surpass Nian Mao in the past, then my chances of catching up with Nian Mao in the future will be very slim. Or maybe I won't be able to do it at all. For the first time, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't stay in the gravity room until 6 p.m. At 5:30 p.m., he stopped cultivating because he was troubled by a lot of things. I can't absorb anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll really break through. Zhua Xiaoduo meditated for a while and tried to calm down the primordial qi in his body. Then, he opened the door and walked out dejectedly. Qin Fangyang was standing under the big tree at the door with his hands behind his back. He was surprised when he heard the door open behind him. Who came out early? He turned around and was even more surprised when he saw who it was. It was Zhua Xiaoduo, the cultivation maniac. But today, Zhua Xiaoduo's head was lowered and he looked dejected. Qin Fangyang couldn't get used to it and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kid's progress is terrifying. What's going on? What was he trying to do? What's wrong with you? Qin Fangyang asked. I'm afraid I can't control the breakthrough this time. Sui Xiao Duo was very disappointed and listless. It's hard to break through now. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Huh? I thought I'd have to restrain at least 10 more times. Sui Xiao Duo said disappointedly, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Teacher Qin, don't you think I'm useless? Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched. After what happened last night, how could he not know that he had greatly wronged Sui Xiao Duo these past few days? Although he didn't know the reason, but Sui Xiao's improvement in this period of time was terrifying. Looking at Sui Xiao's disappointed face, Qin Fangyang rubbed his chin and pondered, should I tell him that my greatest expectation for him is to reach the peak of the martial master realm, with a strength of over 100,000 jin? Right now, Sui Xiao Duo had already exceeded his target by 3 times. This result was enough to shock the entire continent. Not to mention, there was also the additional increase brought about by the breakthrough. After thinking about it, Qin Fangyang still decided not to tell him. Firstly, he told him that this brat was definitely going to show off and act shamelessly again. That shamelessness would definitely make anyone who saw it have the urge to beat him to death. Secondly, looking at this guy's frowning face now was quite amusing and pleasing to the eye. Qin Fangyang decided to observe for a few more days. Yes, although it is indeed a little early. Qin Fangyang coughed and said, the number of times you controlled it was also a little low, but it still reached the lower limit of my estimation. Especially the strength of your attacks, your performance was the most remarkable. It's not unacceptable to break through now. Sometimes, human strength is limited. Sui Xiao Duo said bitterly, but I heard that when Nian Cat broke through, she suppressed it more than 50 times. Over 50 times. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. No wonder this brat was like this. It turned out that he had a great conman behind him who was even more ruthless than him. Although Qin Fangyang did not know how many times the spiritual thought goddess suppressed it, he dared to guarantee that it was definitely not more than 10 times. Because it was said that the spiritual thought goddess Thorny Road was compressed 8 times. And 8 times of compression was already at the level of a peerless genius. However, if it was really like what Sui Xiao Duo said, and it was more than 50 times, then, it would not be 8 times of compression. It would be another number that no one dared to believe. Patting Sui Xiao's shoulder, Qin Fangyang comforted and encouraged him, if you can control it, then try to control it more. If you really can't control it, it's okay to break through. You've already done well. Sui Xiao Duo bit his lips and nodded slowly. He thought in his heart. Even if it's just one more time. Even if it's just one more time. He was really unwilling to break through like this. Qin Fangyang grabbed Sui Xiao's hand and inserted a wisp of his true qi to check the condition of his dantian. As soon as he took a look, he suddenly coughed violently. He only felt a raging wave in his heart, inexplicably terrified. What the fuck? The capacity of his dantian, the width of his meridians, the flexibility. Everything. What the fuck is this? When I broke through to the Xiantian realm, no, even when I was at the high-level Xiantian realm, the width of my meridians was not even 1/5 of this brat's. This brat is a monster, a freak. Why should I compare myself with him? It's not worth it, it's not worth it. Come on. Keep it up. I believe in you, you can do it. Qin Fangyang said with a complicated expression. Yes, I definitely will. Sui Xiao Duo gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, I have to try to compress it one more time. Otherwise, it's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Cough. Qin Fangyang coughed again. No matter when, this brat's trait of infuriating people to death had not changed at all. Do whatever you want. Qin Fangyang said in annoyance. That afternoon, after Zhou Xiaoduo finished reading the fortune, he grabbed his newly earned money and went home. Phoenix City South Gate. A car slowly drove in. In the car, beside the driver's seat, a young lady in black sat in the front passenger seat. She was lost in her thoughts as she looked at the grass and trees of Phoenix City. We've arrived, Phoenix City. This is the place. This is where I lost my greedy wolf's heart. In the back seat, a middle-aged man and a young man sat on the left and right, resting with their eyes closed. Indeed, the journey was quite tiring. It was really too far away. We've finally arrived at Phoenix City. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed girl, as if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not know why, but as soon as she entered Phoenix City, a strange feeling gradually grew in her heart. It was a feeling of familiarity and longing that she had not tasted for a long time. It was as if there was a voice, urgently calling her in this city. It was so heart-wrenching, so unforgettable. This made her heart inexplicably chaotic the moment she entered the city. Xuani. The middle-aged man in the back seat said with his eyes closed, your spiritual sense has always been sharp. When you first entered the city, did you feel something? Mo Xuani gently shook her head, Martial uncle, I'm afraid this city is not simple. As soon as I entered the city, I felt a very dangerous and frightening feeling. You must know that even when I went to Shangjing, where more powerful enemies gathered, I did not have such a feeling. We should be more careful on this trip. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Is it only dangerous? It's more than dangerous. Mo Xuani slightly frowned. It's a subtle feeling of impending disaster. Martial uncle, if possible, we shouldn't stay in this city for too long. In fact, in my opinion, it's best to not enter the city and just leave. Before the middle-aged man said anything, the young man on the side laughed. Junior sister, your plan is definitely not feasible. We came here for a mission. We need to cooperate with some actions and so on. How can we just leave as we please? Mo Xuani said, if that's the case, I hope we can leave first in a few days. Martial uncle and senior brother, you two are enough to support the overall situation. Xuani's cultivation is shallow, even if I force myself to stay, I won't be of much help. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He looked at Mo Xuani's back from the back seat and said lightly, now is the time when we need people. Everything is uncertain, there's no need to rush to leave. Mo Xuani hesitated for a long time, but finally said, okay. The middle-aged man said lightly, we passed through so many cities along the way. Xuani, you found so many fortune tellers to read your face. Do you still have any doubts about your background? Mo Xuani said lightly, I'm just unwilling to accept it. Cultivators focus on the heart. If you can't let go of this burden, it will become a flaw in your state of mind. The middle-aged man said indifferently, in this world, there are people dying every moment. Especially at the front lines, hundreds of thousands of li, there are too many people dying every moment. For some people, even after decades of death, their hometown is still proud of them and doesn't know about their death. Their children also don't know that their father or mother is gone. In this world, there is not only one orphan without parents. There are hundreds of millions of people, or even billions of people. You are too attached to your parents. If you continue to be like this, whether or not that little bit of kinship exists will become a great obstacle to your cultivation. Mo Xuani listened quietly and said softly, Xuani just wants to work hard and do my best. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry too much. It's best if you can find them. If I can't find it, that's to be expected, but it's also my duty as a son. No matter what, my heart will be indifferent. The middle-aged man said sharply, if you find them, will your heart still be indifferent? Mo Shwanit smiled bitterly, Martial uncle, you know that this is an extremely slim hope, almost none. I really don't understand why you care so much. I have listened to your teachings hundreds of thousands of times during this journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Martial uncle, why are you so worried? The middle-aged man frowned, it's good that you know. He closed his eyes and said no more. The young man said, Martial uncle, should we report to the emissary first? No. The middle-aged man said lightly, let's find our own people first and confirm the situation. It's a long journey, we don't want to be cannon fodder the moment we arrive. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Chapter 243. Yes. Mo Shwani and Yun Juing didn't have any objections to Martial uncle telling them to understand the situation first. This was the most appropriate thing to do. Back then, when the Phoenix Chief first rose here, it was noticed by our spies. Not long after, our people came to Phoenix City and worked hard to manage it until today. The middle-aged man leaned against the back seat with his eyes closed. His voice was indifferent and expressionless. Just to cover up the leakage of the Phoenix Chi, our people paid a huge sacrifice. 7 people came here to manage the affairs, but in the end, only 1 survived. From the peak to the decline, they completely lost the right to speak. Junpei and Chi Sha took advantage of the situation and contacted the Star Lord. They took 80% of the responsibility of this matter to their 2 sections. Later, when Zhuo Fu intervened and the Star Emissary came, the benefits were further reduced. Originally, our greedy wolf sect's share of this matter was 50%. As for now, even if this matter is successful, our greedy wolf sect's benefits are only 5%. Although the middle-aged Martial uncle's tone was calm, one could hear some indignation in it. 5%. Mo Shwani and the youth in the back seat obviously had limited knowledge about the Phoenix vein, so when they heard this, they both blurted out in surprise. They had never thought that their share of the profits would be so low. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, his body rising and falling with the bumpy ride of the car. He said indifferently, yes, 5%. And this 5% is not worth me personally taking action. The ratio of risk and benefit is completely unbalanced. Since there is not much to gain, why should I take action? In other words, this time, I am only here to accompany Shwani. I will not expose myself if I can. That is all. Of course, if possible, I will save your 3rd senior sister's life at the critical moment. That is enough. Mo Shwani said in a daze, speaking of which, I haven't seen 3rd senior sister yet. The youth in the back seat, Yun Juing, sighed and said, I wonder how 3rd junior sister is now. Back then, she was a famous beauty under our greedy wolf sect. The middle-aged man said indifferently, she won't be too good, nor will she be too good. She's been bitterly holding on here by herself. It's already very precious that she's been able to survive until now. As for maintaining some sort of national beauty, that's purely your imagination. Right now, even if I don't have chicken skin and crane hair, I shouldn't look like a little girl. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. The young man sighed softly, and a trace of haze flashed in his eyes. He understood the meaning of this sentence. It was already difficult for an ordinary woman to survive in such an environment, let alone a beautiful woman. From now on, everything related to the greedy wolf mantra is not allowed to be used. The middle-aged man slowly straightened his back and said in a low voice, Martial uncle, in my life, among my peers, my cultivation is not outstanding, my aptitude is not at the top, and my overall combat strength is not in the top 3, but those who are stronger than me are basically all dead now, and I am the only one who is still alive. What do you think the reason is? It's just that one word. Mo Shwani and the young man asked curiously, Martial Uncle Fong, what character? Now that we're in the heart of the astral souls, if I don't warn you, I'm afraid you'll be implicated. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said, this word is. He said softly, coward. Coward. Mo Shwani and the young man were both stunned, and couldn't help but ask again, coward. That's right, coward. The middle-aged man didn't feel ashamed at all, and said indifferently, do you think cowardice is shameful? Shameful. Let me tell you, as long as you understand the true meaning of this word, even in the most dangerous battlefield, you can survive, at least longer than most people. In life, what is the most important thing? Face. Pride. Family. Friends. Son. The middle-aged man, Martial Uncle Fong, said sincerely, the above answers are all wrong. In life, the most important thing is one's life. Your own life. Only by living can you have the qualifications to talk about the future. No matter how much face and pride you lose, as long as you're alive, you have a chance to earn back what you lost, or even more. As long as you're alive, you can have family, friends, and everything. But once you lose your life, then everything will be gone. What was originally yours will become someone else's. The middle-aged man said solemnly, in life, you have to be cowardly. This is the last thing I can teach you as your martial uncle, I hope you too can remember it. This word is the first treasure of life under heaven and earth. Coward. Mo Shwani and the young man were stunned for a long time by their martial uncle's words, and after that, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a long time, they didn't speak. Coward. This was the truth, the treasure of life under heaven. Was this really not a joke? At least in their hearts, they really didn't think so. Could it be that I lived and walked in this world just to be a coward? To be a coward. To be able to live. So I can give up everything and have a chance to start all over again. This argument. Both of them were somewhat baffled by this. Martial Uncle Fong was imparting wisdom and treasures in the style of a senior, but in the end, he gave them the word coward. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Looking at the two's faces, he knew that these two people didn't listen to his words at all, and didn't understand at all. Sigh, by the time you understand, it may be too late. It's hard to have a chance to start all over again in life. He closed his eyes, and many faces flashed through his mind. Each and every one of them had a distinct personality, handsome or beautiful faces, and they were all once influential figures. Once the best of the best, once the best of the best. But now, they were all dead. He still remembered that time. Because of fate, they encountered that person. The seeds of the 17 sects were all killed. Only he gave up his dignity and face. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He swore an oath. After returning, he became a traitor. He agreed to countless conditions regardless of the consequences. He even created conditions for himself to help the other party think of a way to control him. Finally, he survived. So what if he was a heaven's pride? So what if he was a seed? So what if he was the best of the best? At that time, that person told him to scram, and he repeatedly kowtowed and begged, saying that he wanted to collect the corpses of his companions. He didn't know if it was because of this camaraderie, that person finally let him go and left. But that person probably didn't know that after he left, he didn't collect the corpses of his companions. He laid out the heads of the hundreds of people in front of him. These people, almost every one of them was stronger than him, and had always bullied him and looked down on him. There were especially handsome ones, especially talented ones, especially beautiful ones with good family backgrounds, especially beautiful ones, especially elegant ones. Those beautiful female heaven's prides didn't even look at him before, and seemed to think that he wasn't qualified to speak to him. But now, only their heads were left, placed in front of him, and he could do whatever he wanted with them, and play with them however he wanted. He placed their heads neatly on the table. He just kept watching and waiting. I want to see, won't the flesh of heaven's prides stink when they die? Won't the flesh of heaven's prides rot when they die? In the end, he was enlightened. It turned out that they would stink and rot when they die. They had so much self-respect, and they were so unafraid of death. Wouldn't they rot when they die? From then on, he was enlightened and understood life and death. He had been living smoothly until now, and when he met an enemy he couldn't resist, he would kneel and kowtow to them, and beg for a chance to live. Would he die if he kowtowed? Maybe he still couldn't avoid death. But if he didn't kowtow, he would definitely die. Living for a long time is the true meaning of life. The middle-aged man sighed. I, Fanginoa, can live until now. There's no luck. The car slowly entered Phoenix City and blended into the bustling city. The three of them alighted at a 5-star hotel, and the middle-aged man paid 10 times the fare before letting the car leave. It's been hard on you. When you return to Ningji City, help me say hello to old Bai. Yes, thank you for the reward, Uncle Master. The middle-aged man amiably patted the driver's shoulder. On the way back, you must be careful. When you reach home, remember to send me a message to let me know that you're safe, so that Uncle Master can rest assured. Yes, disciple will remember. Go. Seeing the car turn around and head out of the city, the three of them didn't stop and directly went in to check in. The car left Phoenix City and sped along the original road, and the driver appeared to be very excited. This Uncle Master Fong was really good. His sending off this time was a voluntary job, so how could he talk about the fare? However, Uncle Master Fong had given him so much reward, which was equivalent to 10 times the normal fare, and all of it went into his pocket. Now that he was back, he could have fun for many days. However, when they were about 100 kilometers away from Phoenix City, the driver suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He subconsciously covered his chest, and it became more and more uncomfortable. The driver didn't dare to delay and stopped the car to rest. As for the driver who stopped at the side of the road and rested on the steering wheel, he didn't wake up again, in the hotel. Put down the luggage, we'll walk around and see what we want to buy. At the same time, we can take a look at the local customs. The middle-aged man was very relaxed. If you're interested, you can also walk around and play. As long as you don't use our sex mental cultivation method, it's fine. Then when are we going to find third junior sister? The young man asked. There's no rush, the middle-aged man said. Let's play for a few days first. We're both physically and mentally exhausted from the journey, so we should rest for a few days. Before we came, I did my homework. From the hotel, less than 6 kilometers away is the commercial street. After walking across the commercial street for 5 minutes, you'll reach the pedestrian street. Other than that, there's also a street for snacks and gourmet food. There's quite a number of streets in Phoenix City. There's also an antique street, a calligraphy and painting street. TSK, how thoughtful. Yes, there's a big brand in the center of the city, and there's a lot of luxury clothes, watches, and jewelry to the south. It can be said that there's everything. Xian Yi, you can walk around this street. You should be able to gain a lot. The area we're living in is the new city district, and opposite it is the old city district. The middle-aged man was very familiar with the layout of Phoenix City, and in a short while, he had already told the two of them about it. Yun Juiying was very impressed. Uncle Master, have you been to this city before and stayed for a period of time? No, I haven't. The middle-aged man earnestly said, Juiying, let me tell you the second secret that I've come up with after so many years of roaming the world. Before you go to the next target city, it's very important that you understand the current general layout of the city, as well as the local customs. After you arrive, you have to spend a few days to understand the main roads and small roads of the city, especially the small roads that are related to each other. Oh right, facilities such as the air raid shelter, especially, can't be missed. Who knows when it might save your life? This is the way to save your life. You have to plan your escape route at all times. Remember. Before you familiarize yourself with the city and understand it well, you must not act rashly. After familiarizing yourself with the city, you have to familiarize yourself with the escape route. Then, go through the escape route according to the situation. Practice it 3 times and find the best one. Then, put it into action. The young man, Yun Juiying, was tongue-tied for a long time. Finally, he coughed and said, Uncle Master, I'll go out and familiarize myself with Phoenix City. He hurriedly left in a hurry. Uncle Master, I'll also go out and familiarize myself with the city. And you guys go. The middle-aged man nodded. I want to familiarize myself with the hotel we're staying in first before going out. Mo Xuanyi rolled his eyes and left. When he first met this Uncle Master, Mo Xuanyi was very respectful. Cloud transformation realm cultivation. Elegant and graceful. Gentle and kind. Occasionally, when he glanced at him, he was also very outstanding. Every one of them was the best of the best, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint, not letting down the title of a great cultivator. But on this road, after walking for hundreds of thousands of miles, the respect and awe he had at the beginning had long been worn away bit by bit. From the respect that came from the bottom of his heart to the superficial etiquette now, and even some contempt. All of this Uncle Master had only used a short distance. Mo Xuanyi walked out of the hotel and blended into the crowd. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a bun shop. Boss, give me 2 buns. What kind of fillings do you have? Meat, vegetables, 3 delicacies, chives and tofu. 2 chives and tofu. Mo Xuanyi paid while asking, Boss, I heard that there's a divine fortune teller in Phoenix City. His eyes can see a person's life and death, fortune and misfortune, and a few words can predict a person's life and death. There's such a thing, right? The boss laughed. Of course, customer, you're talking about Master Zhua, right? Master Zhua is now very famous in Phoenix City. Basically, all the rich people in the city have gone to see him. His predictions are very accurate. Chapter 244. Speaking of Master Zhua, the boss immediately became talkative. It is said that a man went to look for his dog. He lost it for 2 years and was reluctant to part with it. Master Zhua gave him a direction and asked him to dig. Sure enough, he dug out a pile of dog bones. There was a cut on the leg, which was exactly the characteristics of his dog. Isn't that amazing? He can even find a dog that has been dead for so many years. If I had money, I would have gone to see Master Zhua. Oh. So amazing. Mo Xuanyi immediately became very interested. Then where is this Master Zhua? Is it easy to find him? No one is easier to find than Master Zhua. He is still studying in our second high school. Every morning, he will have his fortune read at the school gate early. 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour at noon, 1 hour in the afternoon, and 3 hours in the morning. Although Master Zhua is young, he is really capable. Miss, here are your buns. Okay. Mo Shwani took the buns and walked forward absent-mindedly. It seemed that it was him. Second high school. She looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. It seemed that she would not be able to make it this afternoon. Sua Xiao Duo used a speed that was not much faster than a snail to return home step by step. The turbulent spiritual energy in his body was not only restless but also on the verge of exploding. He even dared to say that if he suppressed it, his dantian would most likely explode. It seems that I have really reached my limit. I am not as talented as Nian Cat. 50 times. How did I suppress it? Why don't I remember Nian Cat suppressing it? Sua Xiao Duo sighed in his heart. Sitting at the table, facing the delicious food, he could not eat and did not move his chopsticks for a long time. Sua Xiaonian was puzzled by his behavior. What's wrong with you? Sua Xiao Duo hung his head dejectedly. I may be about to break through. Breaking through is a good thing. Haven't you been having headaches for a long time these days? There are no signs of your spiritual energy being restless. Sua Xiaonian was more and more confused. But I have only suppressed it so far. It is far less than your 50 times. Sua Xiao Duo felt extremely dejected. He felt like a loser. My 50 times. Sua Xiaonian widened her beautiful eyes. She finally remembered in time and didn't reveal any flaws. However, she still couldn't help but laugh. Alas, sometimes a person's strength is limited. When you reach the limit, you just have to break through. When you reach the Xiantian late stage, you can still accumulate another round of thorny road. At that time, it will be the key to laying the foundation of life. AI. Sua Xiao Duo was depressed. In particular, he couldn't say, but I want to surpass you in every round so that I can catch up with you faster than you. And then I can beat you every day. Nian Cat's reaction was hard to predict. It's over. As soon as my mind wavered, my spiritual source began to surge again. Sua Xiao Duo was at a loss of what to do. Even his limbs began to feel helpless. Sua Xiaonian saw his flushed face and sweating profusely. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. You have completed your cultivation. Once you break through, you can push the boat with the current. Why are you so hot? As she spoke, she reached out her hand and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, a hot force flowed through Sua Xiaonian's palm and into her meridians. At the same time, the cold force in Sua Xiaonian's palm also penetrated into Sua Xiaoduo's meridians. At the same time, a hot force also entered Sua Xiaonian's meridians in an instant. Sua Xiaoduo only felt that his entire body was surrounded by an indescribable cool and refreshing feeling. The originally turbulent and restless spirit qi was actually restrained in an instant, becoming gentle and smooth. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes widened. He immediately recalled that day when he accidentally touched Sua Xiaonian's chest. Cough, cough. That cool and refreshing feeling made him understand something. But this time, Sua Xiaoduo's vital energy was surging too violently. The cool energy that Sua Xiaonian poured in was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It didn't help at all. After being digested by the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, it became even more violent, causing a bigger wave to surge. Sua Xiaonian was feeling the heat that suddenly entered her body. She only felt a warm and indescribable comfort all over her body. Suddenly, she heard Sua Xiaoduo's voice. Little sister Nian, touch me. Hearing this, Sua Xiaonian was shocked. Even Wu Yuding and Sua Chonglu looked up in shock. Why was this sentence so explosive? Wasn't it too direct? Hurry up. Sua Xiaoduo screamed, hurry up and touch me. Sua Xiaonian's face turned red. You. It's too late, it's too late. Sua Xiaoduo grabbed Sua Xiaonian's hand and pressed it on his head. He hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and use your Moon Sutra to touch me." Sua Xiaonian was so embarrassed that she stuttered, You. Mom and Dad are still here." Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes at each other. What was she saying? So we're in the way, but if we're not here, you'll just touch him directly. However, everything happened so quickly and mysteriously that Sua Xiaonian didn't need to use her qi to guide her power. The moment her hand touched Sua Xiaoduo's forehead, the heat was automatically transmitted out. At the same time, the cool air was also automatically transmitted into Sua Xiaoduo's body. For a moment, Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian both felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Woo. Sua Xiaoduo moaned happily. Sua Xiaonian bit her lower lip tightly with her silver teeth, trying to control herself as much as possible. However, this extremely comfortable feeling continued to surge and hit her body like a wave. Sua Xiaonian's body began to tremble, and even her breathing became heavy. Her face was flushed red. Sua Xiaoduo was so happy that his face was full of smirks. Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes. They stood up quietly and walked back to the bedroom with their backs against the wall. The two of them were experts in cultivation. Through the current situation, they were able to quickly determine that the siblings were currently in some kind of state of cultivation. They were using yin to support yang, yang to converge yin, and yin and yang to harmonize. It was precisely the mutual generation and reinforcement of each other, complementing each other. It was just that the two of them were enjoying this process. Other than them, it was an eyesore. However, it wasn't a bad thing, and they wouldn't do anything improper. Naturally, they wouldn't disturb them. Young people nowadays. What are they doing? Wu Yuding sighed again and again. Their cultivation. Sua Chonglu glared. How can I not know that their cultivation? Wu Yuding said angrily. Sua Chonglu rolled his eyes. In the living room. Sua Xiaoduo felt waves of cool and refreshing feeling entering his body. At the same time, he felt waves of vital energy in his dantian surging. This time, it was really difficult to control. It was also at this time that the energy within the dragon blood flying dagger formed a third source and continuously channeled into Sua Xiaoduo's body, making it more and more difficult for him to deal with it. The waves were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, every time the cool and refreshing feeling entered his dantian, it could temporarily suppress the extreme impulse that had reached its peak. In just 10 minutes, it had been suppressed 13 or 14 times. Gradually, Sua Xiaoduo's dantian had become a balloon that had inflated to the extreme. Finally, all of the energy flowed together and merged into one. The momentum became even more unstoppable and unstoppable. Sua Xiaoduo was still hoping for Sua Xiaonian's next wave of cooling assistance, but he didn't expect that this time, the power that came from Sua Xiaonian's palm was actually the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra that originally belonged to him. At most, it wasn't as hot as his own, but it was still warm as it poured into his body. It was actually adding more and more weight. Sua Xiaonian cried out in surprise. Her little hand was bounced away by Sua Xiaoduo's forehead. Ayaya! Ow! Sua Xiaoduo screamed, tu. It's broken. All of a sudden, Sua Xiaoduo felt an explosion in his body. Something had broken, a wave of energy came from above, like a heavenly fire pouring down, another wave of energy came from below, like magma surging up. The two waves of energy quickly met at the intersection of the Ren and Du meridians, and merged into one without any obstruction. The Ren and Du meridians that were seen as a natural moat opened with a sound. The energy from above continued to pour down endlessly, and the energy from below also surged up endlessly. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. Gradually, they intertwined into a ball, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Finally, the two waves of energy rushed out. One went straight to the spring, and then rushed back, while the other went straight to the top of the head. It broke through the obstruction of the bridge of heaven and earth like a hot knife through butter, and then turned and rushed to the dantian, where it finally met. When it surged again after converging in the dantian, it was already the same type of energy. It flowed along the meridians in his body, and quickly circulated 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. After a total of 81 cycles, Sua Xiaoduo suddenly jumped up, covered his mouth, and rushed into the toilet. As soon as he opened his mouth, a gush of scarlet blood mixed with a lot of black color was vomited into the toilet bowl. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, he felt that his body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. He felt even lighter than when he took off all the heavy equipment yesterday. His eyes and ears were much more sensitive than before. Although the vital qi in his dantian was still hot, it was more agile and more obedient than before. It was as easy to control as if it was his own arm. Sua Xiaoduo pretended to stretch out his finger, and as soon as his mind moved, a wave of vital qi came out of his hand, and made a small hole in the wall. Ouch! Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly withdrew his vital qi, and rubbed the small hole in the wall with heartache. This was his house, and he could not tear it down. He felt that there was still a strange energy forming in his mind. He did not need to care about it at all, and it was already forming, growing, and expanding spontaneously. It felt as if a mysterious space had suddenly opened up in his mind, and it was a special space that completely belonged to him. This was the feeling. Divine thought. Innate divine thought, finally. Chapter 245. I finally have my divine sense. Sua Xiaoduo smelled the moment he felt the power take shape. Although he couldn't see or touch it, the space should be as big as his house, right? What's this smell? Where did it come from? Sua Xiaoduo looked around and found that the source of the smell was himself. There were stains on his body. It was the impurities in his body that were naturally discharged when he advanced to the innate stage. Sua Xiaoduo went into the toilet for the second time. He took off all his clothes and took a shower, but the entire toilet floor was black. As the shower continued, Sua Xiaoduo found that even his scalp looked like it had been dyed. The black water that came down couldn't be washed clean even after a long time. At this moment, his stomach began to rumble. He decided to sit on the toilet bowl and let out a series of gulu-gulu sounds. It stinks. How can it be so smelly? Sua Xiaoduo covered his nose. It's so immoral. Sister Nian Nian. Sua Xiaoduo opened the door a little and said politely, "Please bring me a set of clothes." Sua Xiaonian said, "I've already placed it for you. Just reach out and take it." As is Sua Xiaonian, who had experienced it once, she obviously knew what Sua Xiaoduo needed now. Her heart was filled with joy. Dogda finally broke through to the innate stage. And this last time, it was her who had communicated with his fiery sun and moon spirit. She had helped him suppress his breakthrough 15 times. This kind of suppression during the last breakthrough was especially important. Dogda had suppressed his breakthrough 20 times more than what she had accumulated in the past. Thinking of this, Sua Xiaonian couldn't help but be shocked. It was hard to imagine what heights her Dogda could reach in the future. Just based on the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough, Sua Xiaoduo's performance was unprecedented, at least in the martial master realm. According to the historical records of cultivation, the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough was only 21. And Sua Xiaoduo. Just tonight, he suppressed his breakthrough 15 times. Plus, he said that he suppressed his breakthrough 17 or 18 times. Didn't that mean he suppressed his breakthrough more than 33 times? Xiaoyan naturally didn't know that Xiaoduo's providence points had increased. If she knew, she would probably say that he was a monster. If one were to really calculate the total number of times of suppression, there would be at least 50 times. But no one knew this number except for people who wouldn't believe it. Including Xiaoduo didn't know. The part that Xiaoduo didn't know was the part where Xiaoyan helped him. His knowledge of cultivation was still shallow, so he didn't know that the help of the cool air 15 times was equivalent to 15 times of suppression. A moment later, Xiaoduo walked out in his loose pajamas. His face was full of satisfaction. I've finally broken through. But this feeling is really good, so good, so good. He shook his head and forced a look of disappointment. Although I still can't compare to Sister Nian Nian back then. I feel that I'm already very good. He chuckled as he said that. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Before, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to catch up, so of course he had to try his best. But now that he had broken through, there was no point in worrying. Since there was no point in worrying, the only thing left was to enjoy the pleasure of breaking through. As for the future. Didn't Nian Nian just say that there would be opportunities to catch up in the future? Xiaoduo had always been open-minded. When it was time to work hard, he would work hard and try his best. But when he worked hard to his limit, he would calmly accept reality, no matter if the result was good or bad. You've broken through, congratulations. Xiaoyan brought over a big bowl of steamed buns. Let's eat. But for Xiaoduo, who had broken through to the innate stage, his body could communicate with the heavens and earth and even absorb energy. Therefore, he couldn't eat too much food now. After eating a total of 3 steamed buns, Xiaoduo felt full. He didn't expect to be full at all. Looking at the small mountain of food in front of him, Xiaoduo's face was melancholy. He was full just like that. That shouldn't be, right? But he was really full. How strange, how could he be full after eating 3 steamed buns? Shouldn't he be able to eat more as his cultivation level increased? Dad, Mom, come out and eat. Xiaoyan blushed and called out. Xiaoyan was embarrassed by the way her parents tried to avoid arousing suspicion. Therefore, Xiaoyan wanted to clarify. Actually, I'm just helping the dog cultivate. It's not what you think. Changlu and Wu Yuding walked out with smiles on their faces. Dad, Mom, actually just now. Xiaoyan blushed and gathered her courage. Ahem, you don't have to say any more. Wu Yuding interrupted. I understand, I understand. Changlu also said, I understand, I understand. Actually, the dog and I are. We understand, we really understand. Wu Yuding smiled. We were also young. Xiaoyan blushed even more. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly, Mom, it's not what you think. Actually. Why are you saying this? Changlu said, let's eat, let's eat. It's not like your mom and I don't dislike it. Xiaoyan stamped her feet. It's really not. Why are you so naggy? Changlu frowned. Did I say anything to your mom? Did we say anything strange? But this. Then it's settled. Changlu waved his hand and said firmly, no one is allowed to mention it in the future. It's just a small matter. What about you? Wu Yuding smiled and pinched Xiaoyan's pink face. She was full of tenderness. Oh my bai has really grown up. Xiaoyan blushed even more. My little pig has also grown up. Wu Yuding pinched Xiaoduo's face again. Xiaoduo giggled. Is the cabbage delicious? You are really bad. Xiaoyan didn't even have a chance to explain. Instead, she was treated like a cabbage. She turned around and ran away. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu laughed. The couple winked at each other. It used to be a family ganging up to bully their son. Now, they were ganging up with their son to bully their daughter. It was a novel, uncomfortable feeling. It seemed like they would have to bully them more often in the future. Then, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's turn to ask. You're not eating anymore. Are you full? Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in shock. Then, she turned around and looked at the mountain of steamed buns, the pile of flour that they had just bought, and 7 to 8 steamers full of steamed buns. I'm full. Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned. I've already broken through to the innate stage. I don't need to eat so much anymore. Then, you'll keep eating like today. Yes. For a moment, Wu Yuding couldn't help but feel lost. When her son could eat, he complained that cooking was too tiring. Now that he didn't need to eat so much, she felt a little uncomfortable, that she clearly knew that this was the right thing to do. It was probably a little bit of a mother's image. What are you thinking? This is obviously a good thing. Zhuo Chonglu smiled and said, your mother finally doesn't have to work so hard. Of course, it's a good thing. Yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo surrounded Wu Yuding, telling jokes and making funny faces. Finally, he succeeded in making Wu Yuding laugh. Get lost. Do you think your mother is so weak? Do you really think I don't know anything? I'll return all these things tomorrow. Zhuo Chonglu said, also, restore the kitchen to its original state. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo went to his room after eating. He had just broken through, so the most important thing now was to stabilize his foundation. Also, his energy center was now empty. There wasn't much left. All of the true core force that had been in his body had turned into wisps of mist after the breakthrough, wandering back and forth in his dantian. What was especially different from the spiritual energy of ordinary people was that Zhuo Xiaoduo's spiritual energy was of fiery red color. It was also filled with explosive and violent power. Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivated in his room, trying to fill up his empty energy center as soon as possible. He held the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and 2 pieces of middle-grade jade of astral souls in the other. After 10 minutes, the 2 pieces of middle-grade jade of astral souls turned into fragments. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had a lot of resources at hand, didn't feel reluctant to part with them. He took out another 2 pieces and continued cultivating. After cultivating like this for an entire hour, he still felt that his dantian was empty. The spiritual qi that he had just absorbed had turned into his current innate strength, but it had only increased by a small amount. The energy provided by the dragon blood flying dagger was enormous. Almost all of the energy he had accumulated came from the dragon blood flying dagger. However, most of the energy he had obtained from the dragon blood flying dagger had been used up during the breakthrough. Zhuo Xiaoyan floated around outside Zhuo Xiaoduo's window. She knew that it was a crucial moment for Zhuo Xiaoduo and that he couldn't be disturbed by anyone. Therefore, she gathered her energy and protected Zhuo Xiaoduo. As for going out to cultivate, it was definitely not possible tonight. Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivated for a while more, but the efficiency was really too low. Instead, he started to think about the power of his divine sense. He felt that this thing was more interesting. Although it couldn't be seen or touched, and it wasn't like spiritual energy that could increase the power of his divine sense, it was still very useful. As soon as he thought about it, he accidentally touched the ring left behind by Blind Hong. He was shocked to find that there was suddenly a huge space in front of him. This ring had already recognized him as its owner. Now that he had divine sense, it was really easy to open it. It was very convenient. Go in. The teacup on the table suddenly disappeared. Come out. The teacup appeared again. Go in. Swa Xiao Duo pointed at the bedding. Come out. Go in. He pointed at the bed. Come out. Ha 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 ha. This is so fucking fun. Master Swo was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and laughed so hard that his tongue kept shaking in his mouth. It was obvious that this guy was a little arrogant. Chapter 246. It was so cool to have such a space ring. It was a must-have weapon for traveling, killing, and robbing. Previously, every time he saw Nian Nian changing things out of nowhere, he was always envious, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. Now, he, Mr. Zwa, also had a space ring and could show off in front of others. Awesome! Cool! In a hidden place outside the window, Zwa Xiaonian was amused as she watched this funny guy changing in and out of the ring. After a while, she was speechless. Was it really that fun? Look at how excited you are. Are you done yet? After Zwa Xiaoduo changed in and out of the ring for more than 30 times, Zwa Xiaonian finally changed her expression. How can it be so many times? His divine sense is unexpectedly strong. Is it still not exhausted? He hadn't noticed this earlier, but now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt fear. When I broke through to the Xiantian realm and got my first spatial ring, I was also so excited. I went in and out to play with it 7 or 8 times. Then, I felt a splitting headache. It took me a long time to recover. How can this kid not be tired after playing with it so many times? His divine sense can last for so long. Zwa Xiaonian rushed into Zwa Xiaoduo's room. Damn! Aw! Zwa Xiaoduo was surprised. Why are you here? Don't overuse your divine sense. Once you use it too much, it will cause headaches and may even damage your divine sense. Zwa Xiaonian reminded him seriously. Oh, okay. Zwa Xiaoduo followed her advice and stopped the experiment immediately. The space ring my godfather left me is not small, Zwa Xiaoduo said. Not small. How big is it? Zwa Xiaonian was curious. How big is yours? Zwa Xiaoduo asked. My master gave this to me. It's about 10 cubic meters. Zwa Xiaonian was proud. 10 cubic meters. Zwa Xiaoduo was confused. So small. He couldn't help but open Blind Hong's spatial ring. He only felt that it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see the end of it. His divine perception went all the way to the innermost part of the cave before he found something piled up on the other side. There were also a few things that looked like jade pendants. Withdrawing his divine sense, Zwa Xiaoduo scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Zwa Xiaoduo felt that the storage capacity of this spatial ring was enough to fit a small hill without any problems. How big is this thing that your godfather gave you? Zwa Xiaonian asked excitedly. He thought to himself, Blind Hong lived such a poor life. It was already rare for him to have a spatial ring, so how big could it be? At best, it was 1 or 2 cubic meters, but that was more than enough. Ahem, mine is quite big. It should be around 20 to 30,000 cubic meters, right? Zwa Xiaoduo said uncertainly. 20 to 30,000 cubic meters? Zwa Xiaonian laughed, thinking that she understood. 2 to 3 cubic meters. But it's enough. It's more than enough to store some elixirs and weapons. Ah. Zwa Xiaoduo stared and said, I said 20 to 30,000 cubic meters. Take a look if you don't believe me. Silly, once the spatial ring recognizes its owner, only the owner can see it. How can I see it? Zwa Xiaoduo urged, well, if you still have enough divine perception, why don't you take a look and see how many good things your godfather left for you? His expression was a little mischievous. That blind man. What good things could he have? Let me see. Sua Xiao Duo found the biggest pile and took out a piece of black astral soul's jade. This piece of astral soul's jade was completely different from the astral soul's jade Sua Xiao Duo knew. It was completely black and shone with sparkling starlight. Looking at this piece of astral soul's jade was like looking at the night sky. The moment the black astral soul's jade was taken out, a wave of pure spiritual energy filled the entire Zhuo residence and quickly spread to the surroundings. Supreme grade jade of astral souls. Sua Xiaonian was given a fright upon seeing this. Take it back. Ah. Sua Xiao Duo was also shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous piece of jade of astral souls could create such a huge commotion. He quickly took it back. Sua Xiaonian felt her chest pounding and her face turning red. There's a supreme grade jade of astral souls. I've only heard of this kind of astral soul's jade, but I've never seen the real thing. Your godfather, Blind Hong, actually has such a good thing. This is so surprising. Sua Xiao Duo was also very confused at this moment. Blind Hong didn't seem like someone who would have such good things. Whether it was the space ring with an amazing capacity or the supreme grade jade of astral soul's jade that even Nian Nian Cat had only heard of but had never seen with her own eyes. See, how many pieces do you have? Sua Xiaonian lowered her voice and whispered like a thief. Let me see. Sua Xiao Duo used his divine perception to take a look. With a strange expression, he said, about 10,000 pieces. About 10,000 pieces. Sua Xiaonian's body trembled, and he stood there dumbfounded. 10 low-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 medium-grade piece, 10 medium-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 high-grade piece, but 100 high-grade pieces could not be exchanged for 1 supreme-grade piece. The supreme-grade jade of astral souls had always been priceless. At this moment, a sound came from the door. Sua Chonglu walked in. The commotion just now. Did you open your godfather's space ring? Yes. Sua Xiao Duo nodded obediently. See what's inside, Sua Chonglu said. There's a supreme grade jade of astral souls, Dad, Sua Xiaonian rushed to say. Yes. Sua Chonglu nodded without any surprise. How much do you have? More than 10,000 pieces. Well, why don't you give half to your sister? Sua Chonglu said. No. I don't need it. Sua Xiaonian shook her head frantically. That was a supreme grade jade of astral souls. It was definitely a supreme grade item for cultivation. It was perfect for Gouda to use it to catch up. The more he used, the better. It's settled then. Listen to Dad. Sua Chonglu ignored Sua Xiaonian's refusal and ordered directly. Xiaonian, don't use your previous space ring. Use the one your Uncle Nan gave you. Ha! Your original space is too small. Sua Chonglu said, the one your Uncle Nan gave you is suitable for you. But Xiao Duo's space ring is bigger than your Uncle Nan's. Okay then. Sua Xiaonian had been eyeing that space ring for a long time. That ownerless space ring had a space of thousands of cubic meters. Hearing this, he immediately agreed happily. He turned the 2 rings upside down and put the things in his own ring directly into the big ring. Only after the ring had recognized him as its owner and he put it on his middle finger did he start to laugh foolishly. She touched the new space ring and couldn't put it down. Give me your original space ring. Sua Xiao Duo reached out for it. Don't you already have one? Sua Xiaonian was confused. Why do you want a smaller one when you already have such a big one? Oh, you're so stupid. Sua Xiao Duo said, mine is invisible. In the future, if I suddenly have a weapon but no space ring on my finger, won't it be suspicious? And yours is more than 10 cubic meters. It's just right for my finger. If it's stolen, won't it be the smaller one? It's not a loss, dot. Sui Xiaoyan was speechless. You even thought of this. On the other side, Sui Chonglu was also stunned. His son was a little cautious. He even thought of how to be robbed. His mentality was really speechless. Crash. Sui Xiaoduo poured out half of the top-grade jade of astral souls and said, Sister Nian Nian. Put it away. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid someone will come. Then something big will happen. Sui Chonglu saw that Sui Xiaoyan was still hesitating and hurriedly urged her. Sui Xiaoyan was shocked and hurriedly put it away. She stood up and felt the extremely dense spiritual energy in the air. It was almost suffocating. Her expression was complicated and she was speechless for a long time. See what else is there. I don't think you can recognize anything in there. Sui Chonglu urged Sui Xiaoduo. Almost every item that was taken out next made Sui Chonglu frown. There were even a few items that emitted an evil force as soon as they were taken out. Sui Xiaoduo was alert and put them away immediately. Those few items just now really aren't anything good. Sui Chonglu warned him, you can't touch those items for the time being. Do you understand? With your current cultivation, if you take them out, your life will be over before a major disaster occurs. I understand. I won't touch them. He looked through the big piles and the small piles. They were all strange things. Not only did Sui Xiaoduo not recognize any of them, but even Sui Xiaoyan didn't recognize any of them. After looking through all of them, Sui Xiaoduo felt around and took out a token. It was a token that looked very simple and unadorned. The word flood was engraved on the front and water on the back. Flood. Sui Xiaoduo looked at the word and murmured, not understanding its meaning. Sui Chonglu's eyes narrowed. There was indeed this token. It seemed that this ring was really that person's life ring. What's more, there was a great chance that it contained that person's life collection and life savings. Even if it wasn't all of it, it was definitely the essence of most of it. No matter what, you can't take out this token. Sui Chonglu played with the token and said in a very low voice, do you understand? Yes. What else? There are some jade slips for transmitting skills. There are only about 10 of them. It's not a lot. Take them out and let me have a look. Sui Chonglu's eyes lit up. He then asked, are there hammers in there? If the pair of hammers were also in there, it would be wonderful. Hammers? There are no hammers. No. No pair of big hammers. No. Sui Chonglu was a little disappointed. Why didn't that blind man put the hammers in there? If he didn't put his personal weapons in the space ring, then what was he doing? Sui Xiaoduo took out all the jade slips and put them on the bed. That's all. Sui Chonglu picked them up one by one and checked them. Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaoyan exchanged glances and winked at each other. Dad was really not pretending anymore. He. Soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic world sword, river sea sword, sea sky sword. What kind of stupid names are these? Sui Chonglu expressed his heartfelt disdain. The people of the Umno Alliance were uncultured. Look at these names. If it were the people of the astral souls who came up with these names, they would definitely have a dreamlike and extraordinary aura. He looked at the other group. Drizzle sword, medium rain sword, heavy rain sword, rainstorm sword. Fuck. This is simply... What the? Sui Chonglu was speechless. This level of naming was indeed a big shot of a generation. A real big shot. I have to admit defeat. As for the last group, Sui Zhonglu spat out blood the moment he saw them. Hammer. Hammer, hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Hammer of 1,000 souls. Obviously, these were 4 sets of hammer techniques. Sui Zhonglu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to curse. So, he blurted out, "Blind Hong, you're numb. What kind of stupid names were these?" Chapter 247. Just by looking at these names, even Sui Zhonglu's self-restraint was on the verge of collapse. Sui Zhonglu would have rolled his eyes at most if someone else had come up with such names. But the problem was, these names were given by that big shot. That big boss who smashed the entire world with a pair of sledgehammers gave a bunch of names like that. Sui Zhonglu couldn't help but feel extremely unbearable. Your godfather's name is really a disgrace to his ancestors. Sui Zhonglu let out a long sigh. What the hell is this? Then, he said, the drizzle, the rain in the drizzle, the rain in the rainstorm. All of these are for little Nian. Only the others were suitable for Xiao Duo to learn and master. After you've mastered it, you can teach it to each other. You should be able to benefit even more. Yes. In addition, you can change the names of these cultivation techniques as you see fit. Anyway, I feel like throwing up my dinner from last night. Sui Zhonglu sighed. They're so fucking cultured. By the way, you don't have to teach your sister Nian those hammer skills. If your sister Nian wields a sledgehammer. At this point, not to mention Sui Xiao Duo, even Sui Zhonglu shuddered. That scene was simply too beautiful, too painful to the eyes. He didn't dare to think about it or look at it. Sui Xiao Duo and Sui Xiaonian were disgusted. By the way, some jade slips can only be used once. Later on, you guys can pick a cultivation jade slip and try it out to confirm if it's a one-time use. Sui Zhonglu reminded him, start from the lowest level. I think the contents of these jade slips are extraordinary. You must be careful when you try. Then I'll go first, Sui Xiaonian said. She was afraid that Sui Xiao Duo, who had just broken through, would have a problem if he were to bear a large amount of impact on his divine sense. Therefore, it was better for her, whose cultivation was stronger and higher, to try. She volunteered. He picked up one of the jade slips with the words Drizzle Sword written on it and placed it on his forehead. It had to be said that among these sword techniques, only the name of this technique was relatively acceptable. As for the others, they were simply unbearable to look at. Just looking at the names would make one's intestines cramp. A set of swordsmanship moves gradually appeared in Sui Xiaonian's mind. Soon after, they were firmly engraved in her divine sense, leaving a deep impression on her as if she had practiced them for decades. This sword technique is really too exquisite. As soon as Sui Xiaonian saw the sword, she was full of surprise and praise. How could Sui Xiaoduo's blind godfather have so many good things? The sword momentum is like the gentle drizzle of spring. Before one feels the rain, it has already soaked the ends of one's hair, silently moistening everything. There is also that gentleness that seeps into one's heart, endless and endless, covering the sky and covering the earth, leaving traces of rain everywhere. Sui Xiaonian opened her eyes, and her face was full of surprise. Sui Xiaonian's cultivation attainments had reached a very high level. The inheritance of Kunlun Taoism she had obtained was also one of the best in the astral soul's continent. She had a good vision. And this newly obtained, drizzle sword technique, was so profound that it was more than a level higher than the sword technique of the Kunlun Taoist sect that he was currently cultivating. It was simply a world of difference. They could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. The wide coverage of the attack, the comprehensive angle, and the craftiness of the attack all made Zhuo Xiaoyan feel incredible and unimaginable. After carefully studying it, Zhuo Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes and said, "This drizzle sword technique Jade Slip is a one-time use." After the inheritance, the color of the Jade Slip immediately dimmed. Obviously, it could no longer be used. Zhuo Zhonglu observed carefully. Then, he said, "It's not purely a one-time use. However, if you want to use it again, you have to instill the same source of energy into it before you can use it again. Therefore, it's no different from a one-time use." He frowned and pondered for a long time. Although he had not heard of these sword techniques before, it might be because his status was too high. And this guy always used a hammer in the battle. But he could not guarantee that no one else had been taught by this guy. What if someone found it? He said, "Nian, you can temporarily use this set of sword technique as your trump card in the future. Combine it with your Kunlun Immortal Starry Sky Step and your Moon Soul Sutra. But you must remember, if you don't use the Moon Soul Sutra, don't show any of these sword techniques in front of others easily. Once you make a move, try your best to kill the enemy." "Why is that?" "Well, this is something you don't know. This blind Hong has revealed a lot of secrets in this world. Unfortunately, he did not make many friends. Instead, he has countless enemies, and there is no lack of top experts among them. Once you are recognized, it will be quite unfavorable for you." Zhuo Chonglu did not tell the truth at this time, because he was worried that his daughter could not accept the fact that the Omno Alliance was a skill imparting. Although Zhuo Chonglu did not think it was important, many people cared about it. In Zhuo Chonglu's view, the cultivation method was the cultivation method. The so-called good and evil were just people's hearts. But now, under the overwhelming propaganda of the Omno Alliance is evil, many young men and women had already formed a deep-rooted moral standard in their hearts. Even the martial arts of the Omno Alliance had become evil. Also, the two of you should not unsheathe your swords easily if you can. Zhuo Zhonglu felt that he still needed to add a layer of insurance for his son and daughter. He warned them, "Your swords belong to the top of this world. To be fair, with your shallow cultivation, you really don't deserve to own such divine weapons. Moreover, what does the divine weapon of your sword represent? Swords have always been used to kill people. The divine weapon of the sword is naturally the top killing weapon. When a person reaches a certain level, he will have the magnanimity and arrogance that belongs to that level. Similarly, swords are the same. Swords are divine weapons, so they have arrogance. When they are unsheathed, there will be blood. It is inauspicious to return empty. There is an ancient saying that when a divine sword is unsheathed, it will not return without blood. This is the principle." Zhuo Chonglu said, "So, once an unforeseen event occurs and you have no choice but to unsheath your sword, there will be no survivors. The sword is merciless, and there will be no leeway, no karma." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were stunned when they heard this. It was the first time that they had heard such high-sounding words from their father. In fact, it was cruel to kill and eliminate karma. Whether it is in Jianghu or on the battlefield, this is a famous saying. You must remember it. Put it into action. Zhuo Chonglu said seriously, "You grew up in the rear, so it is natural for you to be soft-hearted. However, you must correct yourself on this point. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage in Jianghu or on the battlefield. Especially when two armies are fighting, there is no concept of cruelty. There is only a standpoint." This was what Zhuo Chonglu was most worried about. "Yes. Dad, what if we practice sparring?" "You're asking a silly question. The sword moves you've inherited can't be used for sparring at all. Every move is aimed at a fatal spot." Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes and said, "The jade slip is engraved in the mind. What is the point of practicing? Yes. Sui Xiaoyan thought for a while and also felt that she was blinded by common sense. Indeed, once this set of sword moves was used, it was aimed at a fatal spot. It was a series of killing moves. It was really not suitable for practice. Not to mention, her sword was too sharp. She did not dare to think about it anymore. This is the true meaning of the sword move. Zhuo Zhonglu said softly, many of the so-called sword techniques from before, such as stabbing the wrist, thrusting the leg, and even the shoulder, leave some leeway for the enemy, and show mercy. That's simply a joke. Furthermore, you're playing with your own life. The people who created these sword moves are all crazy. When facing an enemy, fighting with such a mentality is no different from courting death. Sui Xiaoyan looked embarrassed. Many of the sword moves of Kunlun Taoism were like this. They were modest, peaceful, and full of vitality. Moreover, Taoism was often proud of this. But now, in Zhuo Chonglu's words, it was worthless. Such sword moves are all created by those who are only in Jianghu and have never been on the battlefield. They lack the momentum of blood and killing. For practitioners who have been on the battlefield all year round, it is a coward's sword move. Zhuo Zhonglu mercilessly commented, only those who roam the Jianghu with the intention of making as many friends as possible will be able to. So, they will leave some leeway in their attacks. And they won't get to know each other if they don't fight. Haha, this will be a joke on the battlefield. On the battlefield, life and death are at stake. Who wants to be friends with you? What mutual appreciation? That was just a bunch of bullshit. The stronger the enemy, the more admirable he is, the more you have to kill him as soon as possible. You must remember this. Engrave it in your heart and never forget it. Rumor has it that there was once a senior in Kunlun Taoism who killed his target's entire family to settle a grudge. But he left the target's 15-year-old son alive. Because he saw that this child's talent was extraordinary and his root bone was superb. He was a peerless genius in sword practice. He actually had the ridiculous idea of cherishing talent. He said to the child, your root bone and comprehension are first class. If I kill you now, it will be a great loss to the sword world. I will wait for you in Kunlun Taoism for revenge. I hope that one day, your sword will not disappoint me. Perhaps many people will praise this person for his tolerance and self-restraint when they hear about this. Zhuo Chonglu was full of sarcasm. He said, and the final result was that many years later, this young man was successful in sword practice and became famous all over the world. He went to Taoism and killed his enemy with his sword. He also said, you were extremely stupid to let me go back then. Today, you will die under my sword. It is retribution for your stupidity. You killed his entire family, but you showed mercy to the son of your enemy because you cherish talent. You are extremely stupid. You are the example of the previous carriage. I will learn from you. Therefore, you are not spared from your family. Zhuo Chonglu sneered as he spoke. Zhuo Xiaodui's face was full of disbelief. There is actually such a stupid person in the world. Today is the third watch. Chapter 248. Zhuo Chonglu chuckled. It's true. In fact, such people are everywhere in the Jianghu. They think they're chivalrous and righteous, and they're praised for their benevolence. However, they don't know that such people will never go to the battlefield. They put everything they've learned into the wilderness. They've never protected the people or the country. They only protect their own small sects and small families. They claim to be chivalrous, but in fact, they have learned a lot of martial arts. However, they have spent their whole life exchanging pointers with others and making friends. They have close friends all over the world. They know each other everywhere. This kind of person, even when they're old, still has to say that they have a clear conscience. If they were in a prosperous era, it might be a good story. Unfortunately, it's a chaotic era now. The threat of the enemy is always knocking on the door. Such people can only be described as laughable. Zhou Changlu said faintly, martial artists who don't serve the country are not worthy of being called martial artists. Martial artists who don't protect the people are not worthy of being called martial artists. Martial artists who don't protect the mainland are not worthy of being called martial artists. Martial artists who don't protect the human race are not worthy of being called martial artists. This is the same whether it's the humans of the astral souls or the humans of the Umno Alliance. The battlefield is the best place for martial artists to display their skills. If you only practice martial arts for exchanging pointers and making friends, it's better to practice dancing all year round and dance in the square every day. It's better not to practice Tao. At this point, I want to solemnly reiterate one point. You have to remember that the current era is not the peaceful era that exists in novels. It's also not a prosperous era. It's a chaotic era now. The true meaning of practicing martial arts and practicing Tao is beyond the scope of strengthening the body, cultivating one's character, and prolonging one's life. It's more about protection. If you only want to show off, you really don't need to take this difficult path. Zhou Changlu rarely spoke so much. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian listened attentively. Every sentence and every word was firmly engraved in their hearts. Both of them cherished this time very much. My father seems to be a little agitated these days. Plus, for the first time, he has been guiding the siblings in their cultivation. After today, it may be impossible for me to see him and talk to him so much. My father thought to himself. There are so many sword techniques. Don't be rash. Practice them step by step. For now, each of you should master one inheritance per day. Don't use too many of these divine sense imprints every day. Otherwise, it will damage your divine sense. It's not worth it. Yes. Stop your usual nightly training and teach each other. Practice your swordsmanship and strengthen your foundation. These swordsmanship moves are enough for you to practice for a long time. Although the soul imprint can engrave the swordsmanship in your mind, to truly master it and use it freely, it will take a long time. It can't be done overnight. Understood. Also, you must remember to change the names of these swordsmanship. If you can use your own sword essence to change the inherent sword force, it will be better to add some other changes. With your moon soul and flaming sun as your foundation, it's not difficult to do this. It's just a matter of time. Xiao Duo's hammering techniques. The first 3 can already be practiced. There's no harm in using them. Only the last one is not allowed to be used unless you meet a life and death enemy. Once you use it, you must hammer the enemy to death. Understood. What Zhou Zhanglu was most worried about was the 1,000 Souls hammer. Hammering techniques were best at using strength to suppress the enemy. They were not known for their exquisite moves. However, the 1,000 Spirits hammer had its own Tao. Its characteristics were obvious. There was no way to change it or disguise it. All the top warriors in the continent would be able to recognize it as soon as they saw it. If he really used it in public, it would be terrible. The title of a spy of the Umno Alliance could not escape. I asked your Uncle Wu to make a pair of smaller hammers for you. They're about 5,000 pounds each. They don't have your mechanism settings. Zhou Changlu said, you can use that pair when you practice hammering. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo agreed, but in his heart, he was quite disapproving. He thought, I should use heavy hammers when I practice hammering. It's better to use lighter hammers against the enemy. Dad should make me a pair of 20,000 pounds hammers. 2 hammers of 40,000 pounds for my daily practice. No matter where I go, carrying 2 hammers bigger than a water tank, that majestic and handsome. That domineering and awesome. Sui Xiaoduo was about to drool when he thought about it. Sui Changlu thought for a while, then took out 2 jade slips from his arms and said, "This one is for Nian, It's a very unique set of swordsmanship. It's only suitable for a woman." Sui Xiaonian took it. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of confusion. Where did this come from? But Sui Changlu was obviously not going to explain. And in this one, there are 3 sets of footwork and 3 sets of flight techniques. One of them is the most important one. It's called the Tianyuan escape technique. At the critical moment, you can burn the vital essence in your body to activate this escape technique. Your movement speed can be increased by more than 10 times on the basis of your original full-speed flight. If you encounter an enemy you can't deal with, remember to use it. Understood. The other 2 sets of flight techniques are far better than ordinary flight techniques. You can practice and experience it on your own. Nian, you can slowly familiarize yourself with it. When you're familiar with it, you can teach it to Xiao Duo. He's still far behind in this aspect. Okay, Dad. Okay, it's okay. Finally, Sui Changlu turned his head and said seriously to Sui Xiaoduo, "Kid, you've just broken through. Remember not to show off." Sui Xiaoduo widened his eyes and asked cutely, "Dad, am I that kind of person?" Sui Changlu rolled his eyes and opened the door to leave. Sui Xiaonian bent over with laughter. In the master bedroom. "You're back?" Wu Yuding asked, lying on the bed and resting her head on the back of the chair. "I'm back. How is it?" "It's stronger than expected." Sui Changlu frowned. "No, it's much stronger. It's at least 10 to 20 times stronger." "Really? My son is that strong?" Wu Yuding suddenly straightened up in shock. "Yes, it's our son. But his foundation is beyond our expectations. It's incredible." Sui Changlu was also smiling. "Our footwork, flying, escaping, and your swordsmanship have all been handed over to them." Wu Yuding nodded gently and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I can finally rest assured." Sui Changlu was a little speechless. "It's a pity that my swordsmanship has been passed down. These 2 guys don't like swordsmanship. Obviously, swordsmanship is the king of hundreds of weapons and the best choice in war." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "Forget it. Who would be able to use that 40-meter-long broadsword of yours? You should keep it for your own use. If Xiao Duo learned your swordsmanship, people would immediately know that he's your successor if he just mentioned that broadsword. It's even more obvious than the 1,000 illusion nightmare hammer. It's better if he doesn't learn it." Sui Changlu said angrily, "What's wrong with my broadsword? Why didn't you say that when I killed an army with 1 strike?" Wu Yuding closed her eyes in disdain and said lazily, "Finally. I've given them what they deserve. Little Zhua, when are we going to travel?" "Reporting to Grand Master, when Duodwa's big hammer is finished, we can fly together." "Well, then let's go to bed." "Yes, let me wait on Grand Master to bed." "Oh. Vulgar." That night, Tingguang Yuan woke up after receiving treatment in the hospital. Being awake was one thing. His whole body was seriously injured. Many of his bones were broken. His head was swollen like a pig's head. His wife and son were still unconscious. Recalling the series of unforeseen events that happened during the day, Tingguang Yuan felt ashamed. He struggled to bury his face in the quilt of the hospital bed and silently shed tears. He only knew that it was a big shot above the clouds who suddenly gave him face and invited him and his family to a banquet. Since the morning, everyone knew that Meng Tianyue wanted to invite him and his family to a meal at Yunduan Pavilion. And it was a meal with only 2 families. It was a perfect family banquet. The whole bureau, all his colleagues, including the bureau chief, congratulated him. But the result was that in front of his wife and son, he was treated like a dog. No, he was treated like trash and humiliated. Together with his wife and son, the whole family had to bear this great humiliation. I just wanted to bring you to glory. But I brought you to hell. Now, as long as he closed his eyes, Meng Tianyue's twisted and vicious face would appear in front of him. He greeted her with a face full of smiles, and in exchange, a glass of wine splashed on his face. Then fish soup. Then she hit him and asked, "Do you feel good when I hit you? Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son, do you dare? Should I hit you? Should I? Do you feel good? Do you feel good?" In the end, under the watchful eyes of the public, in front of the entire city, he was beaten up bloody and his whole family was thrown out. In the end, he had to admit that he ate a free meal to smooth things over. Only then did a passerby dare to call an ambulance for him. Otherwise, he was afraid that his whole family would die in front of Yunduan Pavilion because of his serious injuries. And now, this news had probably spread throughout the whole Phoenix City. In the future, what face would he have left? What dignity would he have left? What face would he have left? Your Meng Tianyu's face is your face, but my Ting Guangyuan's face and dignity, are they nothing? Ting Guangyuan's eyes were burning with anger, almost burning the sky. If he did not take revenge, he would not die in peace. He took out his phone with his only intact left hand and dialed a number. "Is this Bureau Chief Jiang?" "I am." "It's like this, Bureau Chief Jiang, don't hang up first. I want to report with my real name. And I want to turn myself in. Evidence." Yes, there are too many." "Yes, then I will wait for you at the hospital." I am afraid that they will do something to me. I have already made up my mind and put it into action, they will definitely do something to me." Putting down the phone, Ting Guangyuan's eyes flashed with extreme madness as he muttered, "Meng Tianyue. Since you treat me like this, then we will go to hell together. I, Ting Guangyuan, was completely destroyed by you in one day, what else is there to care about?"